Twitch? Can you do it?
Streamed 3 days ago. Bane of the Ancients D&D 5e live actual play.
Yeah.
Rough.
Roof.
All right, YouTube seems to be live. Audio for both parties.
Cool.
Bert.
Yeah, a little bit of an echo coming from Shuck's mic, but that
It'll-
might go away.
It usually cleans up a little bit here. Alrighty. Looks like we're live. Here we have audio on both platforms. We're back on Twitch and YouTube, hopefully for a while. And here we go. Hello. Welcome to Bane of the Ancients D&D. We are Season 7, Session 19, I think. I am Getz. I am the GM for this. And who am I playing with tonight?
Hello, everyone. I go by Aludriea Luna. I will be playing Rune, the dwarf adjacent. We'll see what they decide to be this session. Barbarian.
And I'm Shuck. I play Belanos, the Astral Elf Cleric.
I am J. Crew, who's playing Miki, the half-drow bard.
Woo.
And hey, everybody, it's Two Hands playing the Yanti Kenzai fighter, Shaska Atosa. Thanks for joining.
Thank you. All right. Does anybody remember where you guys... I think last time you guys picked up... is that when we talked with Brosta entirely? Was that last session or was that the session before?
That was the session before. I believe we had some very last minute wrapping up this last one, so we started in the room deciding how we're going to get the cat out, some of the game plan before just kind of fleeing.
Okay. Yep.
We
I
bought
remember
home.
you guys, did a little bit of shopping.
There was some Gutbuster.
Yeah, there was a flask of Gutbuster given to the very tired-looking half-drow. Blava handed it to them. It might explain why Blava hasn't slept since you've arrived in Nova.
Yeah.
For anybody who's unaware, in my game, the way I roll Gutbuster, it's while you're under the influence, you cannot fall asleep no matter what you try to do. Nothing can put you to sleep.
That's a lot.
It's kind of an
Not even wizards.
extension of the whole Drizzt books thing and the dwarves trying to fight off against drow sleeping poison. So, you guys did all that. You wrapped up Bahinki, the 6-foot-long cat squid snake, and put it over. He wrapped it up in one of Belnos's extra robes and threw it over Rune's shoulders and kind of scooted on out of town. Like, I think only one kid saw you guys leaving.
It was that same kid.
Oh, it was the girl with a dagger. That's right.
Yeah,
She's just like,
sexually scarred.
what the
Rolled a
fuck?
20 to
Yeah,
hold her
it's
ground
an-
against the creepy Yanti stare, so I just held her gaze while you guys just disappeared.
Yep. Oh man. And oh yeah, we started last session with Belanos romping around in his new dreamscape.
That's right.
That's where we started, was Belanos looking into the void, and then the void tried to talk some shit, and then Belanos was like, "Grr," and the void's like, "Oh," and
Real shy.
and he stood his ground. Stand your ground. Don't stand your ground. Anyways. And you guys walked through the woods a bit, just kind of talking about your plan of, Brasta told you, okay, yep, let's do this deal. We've got it set up. You got this kind of handshake. Mentioned there was a problem. There's some greenskins that have been keeping their eyes on the mine where they hope to extract this big old stone, which I can't remember how much I told y'all it weighed. It's written down somewhere. I think it was like 34 tons or something like that. Or
It was an obscene amount of tonnage. Yes.
yeah, it's a lot.
It's
It's
real
a big old-
chunky.
It's a big old rock. It's a big old rock that you need to take out. It's going to take a little bit to load onto the wagon. And Rasta explained, we could fend them off when they come and attack. They know we have something in there. They're just waiting for some kind of sign. Mainly just kind of poking around, doing little goblin asshole things out in these woods. You guys decided, let's go find these goblins. So you started heading up the road towards the mine, which is about 3 hours north on the road. Fortunately for you, unfortunately for these goblins who rolled double nat ones for preparedness and stealth, they were just having some downhill racing competitions along the road on this sweet hill right here. And you guys came in and completely wrecked them. The only one of them that really got any work done was the leader of these goblins, Heartseeker, who did fend off Rune's giantly enlarged assault for quite a bit there, even though Rune could have probably just killed him.
He was a bit of a champ.
Took
Honestly.
a long time to tap him out too, strangling him in snake form.
It's like 4 or 5 rounds of Shaska just choking this guy, and just like, "Ah!"
It's a long kill.
People who tuned into that fight, they got their money's worth.
So you defeated all these goblins, killing most of them. There were 3.5 left that were alive. The half is this guy. You guys couldn't really wake him up. You learned his
pushed him off to the bush.
Yeah. The goblin you've been having the most luck with was the last place runner in the downhill goblin racing right here. His name was Gibbler. You found out he speaks common, and he told you that he was new to this goblin thing. He's trying to get up in the rankings to the downhill racing competition so he can get like a tent. He's super stoked to maybe get a tent someday. And he's scared of Heartseeker. He tried to convince this goblin here who does not speak Coblin, named Coblin?
No,
Common. I said Coblin as a language.
Language of cobblers.
Yeah, it's the shoes, it's the shoes.
Anyways, scared for shoemakers.
Yeah, just a bunch of tapping and nail sounds. So
what's tonight's session? Having a stroke on stream.
not yet. Gutter did not speak common. Gutter, we don't really know exactly how cooperative he's being because Gibbler's like doing the telephone game with him, and it basically left off with you guys being like, "All right, Gibbler, if you don't get Gutter to talk, we're gonna kill you and him both." And then Gibbler started bickering with Gutter, and then they got in a tussle of biting and scratching, while Rune's just kind of like, "No, cats, stop."
Rune's having a great time.
Yep. There was this other one, Nailbreak. He was choked by Omnodaz in a a white hunting cat form for just a little too long. He's not dead. He's not waking up right now. So, having that bit of progress made, I think Gibbler also mentioned, they've got a camp. I haven't been there. I've heard about it. We got big fly stuff. There's the green skins. I haven't met the leader. I'm rushing right now. Let me do this, kind of a thing. Your party then turned your attention over to the goblin boss, the feistiest of all these goblins. Name told you is Heartseeker. You could tell during the fight he really had a problem with Rune in particular. I think Gibbler even said he hates dwarves. I can't remember if he said something like that, but it's pretty clear. So you guys kept Rune over there with those 3 boys, and you were just coming over this way. You made a nice pile of goblins after Squib had munched some brains in this little alcove with the... Oh, why didn't it change my toolbar? Hold on, let me refresh this. Anyways, I'll show you the cool picture of the shrine in a second. It's not letting me have the fancy toolbar. There we go. Anyways, there's a spooky shrine right in the middle there, where you had some snacks. And as you guys came back over towards Heartseeker and Omnildaz, it was quite clear that your creepy big snake, squid, cat combination creature named Pahinky really wants to munch some goblins. They are scrabbling that way, but you had tied them up in their robe. Basically, like, just their little cat shoulders are sticking out, and they're just trying to get forward, but they cannot.
So excited.
So excited. I know there were more details, but I think that's a decent enough recap. Anything else you guys want to add to this one? Take that as a no.
Good.
Cool. So, got Bahinki. Oh, yeah. Now I wanted to show the shrine. The spooky shrine. Wee. Nice and normal looking. So, you got a
Pretty
pile of
creepy.
goblins. You've got Bahinki, who's tied around the shoulder waist and in a robe tied to a tree. Omnidals standing here with the widest eyes ever, trying to learn as much as they can. What do?
We would ask Omnidals to go hang out with Rune, stand watch over the goblins with Rune, make sure that they don't get any funny ideas and try to run away.
Oh,
Keep a very close eye on them.
Should I do that in this form or the cat?
I think your current form would be quite sufficient.
Okay. Okay. And she just kind of like walks over to Rune. And it's going to stand behind Rune, just staring at Rune.
Very nice.
Just even though I told her to like watch over keep a close eye on the goblins, is she just like looking at Rune?
She's with Rune.
She's standing behind Rune and has her eyes wide open. She can see Rune, goblin.
Okay. She's just being awkward as usual. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
As long as she's got eyes on the gob. As we're walking over to Heartseeker, I'm gonna look to Mickey and Balanos and say, let's have a talk with the Heartseeker. Let's see who we're dealing with. Might be able to learn something. His boys were very talkative, but let's see what he has to say. He put up a good fight.
Did he, or did he just get a lot of his subordinates to take the hits for him?
I'm not trying to be quiet, by the way.
That's fine.
You know, he was pretty squirmy. I think for a goblin, he was quite resourceful.
Fair enough.
And as we walk over, I'll give Mickey a nod. You know, give you like the wink. See how things go.
Mickey's gonna put on his grumpiest face with his reddest eye.
I guess my question is, which side are you on? Which side of me are you on? May or
I'll
may
be
not
on.
have seen me.
Which side are you on? The goblins.
You're blind in one eye still, right?
Oh yeah.
I would be on your left, my right.
Okay. It's your good side. You give me your good side.
Mm-hmm.
I gotcha.
So yeah, feel free to move yourselves however you want to be, looming over this unconscious, beaten up, choked, got bite holes in his neck goblin.
Wait, nope. I need to be on this side.
I would ask, let's have Mickey and Belanos stand behind him, like on opposite sides of him. Just he can like feel your presence, but you're not touching him. What do you guys think about that? I think that
Yes, but I have to. I'm gonna need to switch you side, Belanos. I can't see out of this eye.
wait, do a little shuffle.
I would be awake this entire time. It's just like prone listening to shit.
I'm pretty sure
Just
we've
cuts
out
your
them.
guy's Achilles and jumps out of here real quick. No,
Dude,
No.
give him the Belanos special if that happened.
Get about
Oof.
5
Got
steps
so
and then
many
probably
specials.
combust. Yeah.
Dude, Belanos has like a whole fucking dinner menu of specials to just roast people.
I still have most of my spell slots.
I'll pop up in front of Heartseeker. What's he looking like?
He is 2GM. Not looking great. Very raspy, horrific breathing coming from his throat. Like, you know, been pretty well crushed. He's not like dying at present, but definitely very banged up. Like a 2. I rolled like a 2.
Rolled like a 2. Damn.
It's not good.
I'll just kind of look at him. Is he making eye contact with any of us, or is he just trying to stay conscious?
He's not conscious.
Oh, he's not conscious.
You guys haven't woken him yet, or tried to.
Okay. I'll try to rouse him gently. Probably just Yanti hand on his shoulder, shake him a bit. I'm not trying to kill him.
Okay.
I'm also not very strong.
You shake him a
I'll
bit.
call his name as well. Heartseeker.
Okay. So you shake him a bit, and his eyes, like, even though they're a bit bloodshot for being choked so damn much, they do pop open, and it's just like, how did you guys tie this guy up? You said you tied up each goblin, right? Or
yeah.
Okay. How did you do that? Like hog tie, just bound in? Like what situation is he in?
Oh, just hands behind the back and then legs, like
legs together, hands behind the back.
But yeah, legs and hands.
Okay. So he's got kind of the prisoner bindings, as you could say.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep my eyes on his hands behind his back because in case he tries to do something finicky with cutting rope or anything.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So his eye snap open and does a quick look around. And ends his sight on you, Shashka, who had just spoken their name.
Do you understand me?
Gonna roll an insight. They give a very slight nod and a wince.
You put up quite the fight. Held on for a long time. Probably why you're not doing so well. Are you well enough to have a conversation?
My throat. Just like a big sigh.
Do we like crush his larynx or something?
A bit.
Just a little bit, smidge.
You have potion.
I'm gonna look at Belenos and just kind of tilt my head and shrug. Sounds like he's willing to talk.
Well,
are we willing to spare any? I
well,
just smile at you.
As long as he's aware that anything we give, we can extract again.
This is true. If I help your throat, are you willing to talk? You don't have to answer verbally. You can nod your head yes or no.
Does a nod.
Like up and down?
Yeah. Otherwise, I would say he shakes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just look to Belenos and...
Out of game, are you asking me to heal him, or do we have potions somewhere?
I'd be asking you to heal him.
Listen,
okay.
if we had potions, we'd let him drink it. It would probably be alt honey water, and we'd call it poison, and then dangle a quote-unquote antidote.
Do we have any alcohol with us? Like, we have some bottles. My question would be, is it a stretch to, like, have a bottle around that isn't super fancy? Like, we had some sherry, some mead, I think.
Yeah, we have a...
Up to you guys, if you had... Do you think anybody in your party would have been like, we should bring some booze on our scouting? If you guys think that somebody would have done that, sure. If not, probably not.
Rune's got a flask, but you'd have to persuade Rune to give up her flask for a goblin. Never mind.
So Belenos, it looks like you cast Healing Word on the goblin to heal him for 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not bad.
Cool. And that's Healing Word's not even a touch spell. That's ranged, if I recall, right? So you could just and he heals up. Okay.
Pathetic.
You can hear him like trying to adjust his throat a little bit more.
I'll pour him a little cap of my flask, my water canteen, whatever that thing is. I'm sure it has a little cup on the lid.
Nice.
Give him some liquid.
Yeah.
He definitely gives it a couple really good whiffs of this before he smells it.
I'll take a drink of it first. If he starts whiffing it,
Yanti doesn't. Doesn't get affected by poison.
you're smart.
Sniffs it again.
I'll just start taking it back. Maybe starting to like pour it back into the canteen real slow.
He just looks sad. Like,
I can stop.
you wanted me talk. What? We're dwarf.
He's back there. Or should I say, she's back there. Quite the fighter. Gibbler says you don't like dwarves.
Nope. Don't
Gibbler
like
says a lot of
dwarves.
Gibbler says a lot of things, but sure, we all have our eccentricities and our opinions, but why? Why dwarves?
Why you think? Why you
I
think?
don't know. That's why I asked.
Your
I have
dwarf
an
talk
idea.
about goblins? Do they say, yeah, let's be nice? Or do they say, let's kill the goblins?
I'm just gonna think about it for a second. Like,
Root did say those words pretty close to verbatim.
our dwarf enjoys the sport. I don't think it's tied to any one particular group of people.
Oh,
Abjurations, creatures of the Underdark, beasts of the Underdark, seems to be her cup of tea.
Hmm.
So
Hey.
you don't like dwarves because the dwarves you met don't like you, right?
Sure.
Okay. Perhaps it was fate that you rolled a 1 on your nat 20. Brings you out here on the road, so far away from
Tryouts.
tryouts. Gibbler was mentioning something about that as well. Initiation, is it?
That's a big word, by the way.
Gibbler said it, but yeah, it is a big word.
Tryouts.
Tryouts. Tryouts for the big team. Tryouts for big goblin camp, as it were.
Tryouts to be in better goblin group.
Hence, I hear.
Yes. There are tents. Not for
Mm.
Gibbler.
Walls, company, food. He seems to think that he was going to get all these things. The guy's passed.
He lost the race.
But he's the only one standing now, so therefore he's the winner.
The race, huh? The little mudslide earlier.
Running downhill important.
Running is important. Keeping your balance is important. How does that benefit you all?
Dwarves can't run down hills as fast.
are they using bear logic?
Basically.
Nice.
Normal-sized dwarves, sure. And I just smile.
Slow ones get caught. Fast ones get away.
Big ones are even faster.
Just shrugs.
It's like, I don't care.
Fucking dwarves. So what? What now?
I think that remains to be seen. I doubt that you were here for more than just mud races downhill.
Okay. Mud races, tryouts, training. Yep.
For what?
Dwarves.
Out here? Specifically here? Just training? These are the best hills to train for?
This is a good hill. Yes.
Good hill, sure. What else brings you out here? Something more than a hill. Something
Recruitment.
maybe valuable.
Lots
Something
of
maybe a mission.
Sure. Mission, recruit goblins, bring them back if they're good. Send them away if they aren't. Lots of goblins skittering around the roads.
What determines if a goblin is good enough to bring back?
Me.
And what are you looking for?
Looking for good downhill runners who can fight.
And who told you to look for these things? Or is this something you've decided is important?
My boss.
Up northwest?
Probably.
Or northeast. I don't remember which. I'm just going to point in the direction
doubt
of
he
the,
does
where the
either.
goblin
Yeah.
camp is.
You just
way?
probably.
Yeah.
Does your boss have a name?
Red Eye.
Speaking of names, how did you earn yours? I'm sure that you earned it.
Killing dwarves.
This guy's no fun.
He's not in a good mood, sir.
you want Rune to come help tag in with some questions? Could
If you-
just have Omnildals watch.
If you want. I just wish this guy wasn't so pouty.
Yeah, let's see what Rune can stir up. If you're fine, if he's just like, hey, watch.
If you want to ask questions, I won't stop you.
they try and run over like out of the encampment, feel free to kill them.
What do I do?
I don't know. It's a good question there. Are you any good with blades?
No. I can cut flowers and mushrooms very precisely.
Nodding. Rune will hand Omnildaz a javelin and keep the pointy end to them. Now, Gibbler, you can be understanding us. I'll be coming back to talk to you. We're going to be having a word with your boss, and we might be working together. If things work out well, and you and Gutter can come to some sort of an agreement here, sure, we might all be going back to the camp a bit happier. Some sort of a deal might be able to be struck here. If you try and be getting away, friend here will be putting this through your back, and then you'll be in the pile of bodies over there.
I don't want to put it through his back.
Ah. Okay. Shrug. Rune's just gonna move on.
Okay.
The gist is, if they try and leave, we can't let them go. You seem to be good at hunting, at tracking, and that other form of yours. If it's convenient for you and you're able, hunt them down. Can you do that?
Probably. It's
Well, I'd be
harder to hunt things that know you're chasing them.
That's true. Well, they're both bound. Well enough.
Okay.
And they're injured. I can be trusting you with this. I've seen you're capable.
You have?
The
Oh.
fact that I didn't see you bring the other goblin back says it all. You turned into that big hunting cat. And I know well enough that you've made it this far. These lands aren't exactly forgiving. It says a lot about the folk that are still walking.
Okay. And she just kind of like holds the javelin like a walking stick.
Yeah, it's close enough, Rune will come over here to see what the hell's going on with this gob.
Okay. Rune is there, which is where I had a gem, snake, form of Shaska. There we go. Now I'm not confused.
I thought you were just gonna say, "Ah, yeah, dude, there's a snake there."
That would be funny. So, Rune, you walk up, and as soon as Heartseeker catches Rune walking this way, which is probably around here,
Yep.
their demeanor changes from grumpy to like kind of seething resignation.
And
That's it all over again.
as Rune gets over here, Rune will So now, have we made any progress?
We're just getting to know each other so far. You know he doesn't like dwarves very much.
Ah,
'Cause-
I can sure, and I can be understanding why. Sometimes I don't get along with them too well myself. Good thing I'm not a dwarf. You stabbed me like one though, stuck me real good. Would have hit me hard if I was a little smaller. And Rune will probably remove their helmet at this point. Perfectly shaven face. Oh, glistening.
It's not even shaven. Don't kid yourself.
He cries internally.
If she wishes to reveal her secret, that's fine with me. She's not a dwarf.
Nah, but the dwarves thought I was a dwarf, didn't they?
You do convince some people sometimes. And sometimes I get confused on what exactly you are, so congrats.
As long as it gets us what we need. It's what it's all about, you see. So, what's a band of goblins doing out here? Heard a little bit about recruiting. This might be your lucky day, Heartseeker. You're looking for able-bodied recruits? For what?
The mud races. Right? Heartseeker?
Gonna roll something here. And you know, Rune, I want you to roll me something charisma-based as well. You're
Sure.
trying to be somewhat confident yet non-hostile, but
Everything's a 0, so I'll just
Yep.
roll charisma. 7. Lucky
Yep.
number 7.
okay.
I hate dwarves. You don't look like a dwarf, but I thought you were a
I'm
dwarf.
really
so
confused.
I'm
Yeah,
still gonna hate you.
we'll give him some time.
Mm.
He's just scowling at Rune right now.
What?
He-
Do you want Rune to leave?
Little nod. Like the tiniest little pouty, angry nod.
I'm just gonna eat Funyuns. What?
Now, I think I have a right to be in this conversation here. None of the other boys know just how deeply you stabbed me and how close I was to being dead. Now, if I was a dwarf, sure, and I'd be lying dead, because that's what you've trained to kill, isn't it? Aim for where a dwarf's heart would be.
Give me the weirdest look right now. Like, the fuck?
What I'm trying to say is, we've been hearing you're out here recruiting, and that's good luck for the both of us. Now, none of the folk here, not very good. They all fell too easily. You're doing your job right as a recruiter. What can you be expecting from all of these folk? But we're open-minded here, and we like making deals. Ones that'll benefit both parties. Trust me when I say I'm a little more forgiving than me friends here. Sure, and you've heard enough stories about Yonti, about Drow. Now I'd like to keep things civil. Will you be talking to me, or do you want to be talking to them?
You get like the squinty look.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, if you're recruiting, that means that you're weeding out the weak. That means you probably have a sizable band yourself. If you're out here doing it yourself, you're probably not the leader. Not from what I've heard. But doesn't have to always be the case. You've been out here doing work. Clearly, you're experienced yourself. How's about we cut some type of deal? Sure, our group has some information you'd be wanting to be hearing. Some details about dwarves, about something real precious. And it just so happens we could use some support hitting at the dwarves ourselves. You've got some bodies. We've got things you might want to be hearing. So come now. We can come to an agreement. Aye?
Now roll me deception.
Yeah.
And just checking if, Shuck, you've seen the whispery goose or not.
11. Unless somebody's talking me up. then
I was
15.
I wanted to
It's
throw
your
in there. I
hand on
wanted
the
to
shoulder.
touch your hand on the shoulder.
So 15 GM.
Okay.
Which is really good for a rune.
Yeah.
Only needs to buy a little bit of it.
There's, like, it's less hatred, and now there is a little semblance of confusion, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it absolutely makes sense. He's like, what the fuck?
Now, if you don't mind me stepping in here, Rune.
Rune will just, like, honestly step back, maybe a little look of, like, oh fuck. Rev speaking.
I want something. And my boys here, they're trying to help me get it. You see, the dwarves, they're in our way. And rumor spreads through the forest quite quickly that, well, we might be interested in something very similar. And, we're only looking for one thing. I'm sure you're looking for the whole thing. So
Roll
what do you say?
deception as well, and then I'll describe to you what's happening by Omnildos as well.
14. Damn, shitty roll at my end.
So you're talking about that, and then you pause. You hear this loud, like, really loud crack coming from over where Omnidals is out, followed by another crack, and then the sound of the javelin being in pieces. Belanos probably got the best sight on it. He has the right angle and has the highest passive of your party. The two goblins whispered something. Both dashed in different directions. Omnidals took the right one at the knee as hard as she could swing it, cracking the javelin, and then spun around and cracked the other goblin in its knee, destroying the javelin. She rolled a 21 and a 23.
Oh, no, does you make me so like, cheer from Rune. She doesn't know why.
She didn't kill them, but they are crippled right now. Like,
that's amazing.
I'm just gonna look at Heartseeker without like flinching, not even looking behind me to see what happened, and be like, "It sounds like Gibbler and Gutter chose wrong."
they're not even yelling loud. They're just kind of like swooning on the ground. They rolled like a 3 and a 5 for screaming. They're just like,
they're just whimpering over in the chorus. Got their asses beat.
So, what do you say? Let's make a deal.
What deal?
I want you to introduce us to your boss.
No.
Red Eye, was it?
No way.
No. And why is that?
I die.
You'll die.
Sounds like we're not welcome.
I'm barely welcome.
Why's that? You're quite the fighter.
Some goblins scared of Heartseeker.
Well,
Good.
More
In my
goblins scared of
opinion-
Red Eye?
Yes.
in my opinion, a leader should be feared. Isn't that right, Rune?
Brutal. Just give a quick little nod. Yep.
So what's to say we don't introduce you to Red Eye? Or you don't introduce us to Red Eye. You take us back. You're the leader. You get what you want and deserve for his heart-seeking pain, as you call us. We get what we want.
What's that?
Revenge. On the mistreatment we've been given in these woods by these common enemy of ours.
Common enemy. You're with a dwarf.
One catches on a little slow. I think he spent a little too much time around his neck. Now, when you said more goblins or whoever your group has fear Red Eye than fear you, how many's that? Is it a lot bigger than the pile over there? A little bigger?
Hard to say, haven't been to camp in days, but definitely more than here.
If we removed them, who would stand behind you?
Whoever was scared enough of me not to run away.
Scared enough of ye? What about scared enough of a Yuan-Ti or a Drow?
Shrugs. Maybe.
Now you're looking at a sizable gain here. One that I'm willing to let go, you know. And I'm sure my Yuan-Ti compatriot here would also. We adore the fact at having more servants than just a few you see around here now. We're willing to give it away to you.
It sounds like Red Eye is keeping the knowledge of the mine and its precious contents all to himself. Or herself.
What mine? Oh, what content?
As I figured.
No.
Sounds like you're out of the loop, my friend.
Obviously.
And you could very well be in it.
I'm good at recruiting. This is
Are
why
you
they
good at
want...
scouting?
Not as much.
Who is?
It's trying to think. I don't think there are any great scouts.
Who's scouting the mine?
I don't know.
Then how many
Scouts?
are scouting the mine?
Maybe
Surely you're
this.
past the cross.
Maybe this or twice this. Maybe more, maybe less.
That's conveniently vague, isn't it?
Shrugs.
Do you want to live?
Maybe.
You're not being very helpful. You're not acting like you want to live.
I know well enough. Usually, goblins don't get let go. Sometimes, dwarves keep them as pets. Play with them.
We don't
Torture
do pets
them.
here.
He, looks at the two pets. I don't want to end up like that. Binky's still scrabbling over there.
Oh, that's
a compatriot. An
Exactly.
associate that cleans up our dirty work. Paid quite well. You could be also. Like I
Yeah.
said, we only want one thing from this mines. And we're offering you, sounds like an army. One that's, as soon as we get what we want, we'll be marching down on Nova to get what you want.
Not sure if we know what he wants yet.
He wants
What do
the
you
death
want?
of dwarves.
I'd like to be let go and get far away from all of you.
We're not that scary, are we?
The difference between scary and hostile.
I haven't laid a hand on you.
Just gives
Don't
you
think
this look
anyone-
like,
Did I
The
lie?
last 5 minutes.
Did I lie?
And
literal hands, not so
Yeah.
much.
Did he
Yeah.
see me transform into a snake?
You are a Yanti. He's connecting dots.
He's real sussy, apparently.
And
Wow,
he's
that's
also
just prejudice.
generalizing your... Yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, this
He's
guy's
going-
prejudice.
Hey, the Hinky could be a Yanti too.
Possibly, he does not know.
I'm gonna give him the fake, like I'm a paw.
Mm.
A Yanti turning into a snake? Oh my god. Yeah.
No. Killing me here, that would be easy. That's not what we're wanting. What we're wanting is a bit bigger than that. And I think it's fortunate that we ran into ye. Now, you said they'd be killing you if you brought back, but isn't your job to be recruiting? Is your band exclusively goblins? Aren't you on the lookout for talent? Good scouts. Sounds like you don't have any. People that know about what's gonna be happening with that mine. The thing you clearly don't be knowing about. Sounds like we have a lot of real useful information to the person above ye. And how in what world would that not be looking good for ye, Heartseeker? You'd be bringing us back to a camp with how many score?
The only way we get to that camp is if you're in chains.
Shame.
Shame.
He
What's that guy?
shrugs.
Yeah.
Especially the dwarf.
At a game, I think about heard everything I need to.
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah.
Is there
We
any
could ask
other
about
reason?
the flyer. We could ask about the flyer.
Flyer,
We haven't
okay.
touched on that yet.
Yep, you're right. We haven't touched on the flyer.
If he doesn't have anything on the flyer, we're like, sorry.
Oh, let's also ask him about this little shrine thing if they know what it is or what it's about.
Belenos? It's all you?
What do you know about the idol and the shrine in that alcove behind us?
Very old. Good to give sacrifice. We stop by when dwarves aren't around sometimes.
What is it? Who are you sacrificing to?
Don't know myself. They say spirits of the mountains, old gods. Good fortune, bad fortune.
Yeah, everybody did him.
Might be worth something checking out.
Been a
Maybe
lot of
make
that
a
lately.
sacrifice ourselves.
Much blood has already been shed. It is not always a great idea to make sacrifices to things and powers that you do not understand. I'm speaking for my people on this one.
Well, I was talking about the religious man.
We're just
What's one
That's
more
just
cosmic
putting
horror
his-
between friends?
one more cosmic horde between friends. They're heavy for one. Now
Speaking of old things, we've seen something in the air recently, at dawn, at dusk. Leathery wings. Word around the area is that it's with you all. What can you tell me about it?
You want to know about the flyer, huh?
Maybe I do.
And what if I tell you? What if I tell you I know a lot about the flyer?
Then you sound much more useful to me than Gibbler or Gutter.
Ooh, Rune will do a little nod, seeing that you've probably gonna have better results if she dips out to go check on the other goblins for this next bit. How do y'all feel about that?
Yeah, I'm cool. At a game, it probably makes sense to tell Omnidos that like we're trying to get information out of
Yeah, perfect.
this guy.
Rune
I
can
don't want her
translate that.
misinterpreting anything that we're saying. It's
Yeah,
like, oh god, they're actual Nazis. They
yeah,
hate Nova.
yeah. Rune will probably small little walk to brief Omnildaz on the situation. The end goal probably out of earshot. Like, see how banged up they are, and like, they're not gonna make it very far. Good work. You did good, Omnildaz. Yeah, that's what Rune will be doing in
Your
the back room.
javelin is dead.
What a good use, I see. You're making me proud. You did good work. You got both of them, and they tried to scamper different ways, did they?
Mm-hmm.
Impressed. Your reflexes are, well, like that of a cat. Quick.
Well, I was standing here waiting, and shrugs.
Yeah. Now, we've been learning some things from Martseeker over there, and well, let me get you caught up. You two, sit cozy. We're not gonna give you another chance. Try and make another break, you're dead. Understood? And, Gibbler, feel free to translate that to Gutter or not. If he's not gonna be useful, we don't have use for him.
He won't listen. Just kill him.
Just kill him, poor guy! Rune, good talk. And Rune's gonna like bring Omnildaz off a little bit. Not too far. Still eyesight, probably. Just far enough to get that whisper.
Okay.
I like to whisper something in Shaska before we ask a little bit. I can make him more talkative since he's saying he knows so much. Do you want to?
Well, let's give him a chance to talk.
Okay.
I think that Heartseeker's actually quite reasonable. He's just using to not be as reasonable as he can for reasons that I understand. I like to try to see the best in everyone, whether they choose to meet that potential or not. It's really up to them.
So you guys have been like, you get some whispery goos. I think last communication to him directly was Belanos being like, tell me about the Zis Shrine.
Yeah.
And then he talked about, yeah, I know about flyers. Why? Like, what are you gonna... You care about that, huh?
Give me literally anything.
So, what now? You want to know about flyers? I want go.
Of course you do. But you can't tell me about flyers when you're far away from me, can you?
Oh, I can shout.
Out of game, we could make a show of just like letting one of these boys go technically, but we should make it Gibbler because he doesn't know shit anyway. So yeah,
Gibbler.
He also doesn't sound like he's from the camp, so he doesn't even actually know how to get there.
Gibbler's crippled.
But I don't know if like knows like Heartseeker knows that we know, so we could just be like, yeah, like he was helpful to us. He gave us some information, so like he's going, and then we could frame it in a way like, why don't you run back to camp and let him know we're gonna come and try and strike a deal? Like, give him something somewhat believable before we.
I mean,
what are the odds he does know where the camp is?
I don't like letting people go.
We could just remind him, hey, you lost. Your options are definitely get killed or tell us what we want to know and maybe don't get killed.
Yeah. You're right. You take point.
Okay.
Oh, don't make me do that.
So
You take point, but just
Actually, I would kind of enjoy that if you just like chimed up and said that. I'm trying to be nice to this guy, and you're like, "Oh, I'll just fucking possess you."
Cthulhu Cup.
Cthulhu.
yeah. I mean, you could play the squib, like just have him eat some.
I'm gonna kind of hold Squib like a toddler in my arm and put my other hand on Heartseeker's shoulder and just kind of lean down and whisper, I would like to remind you, you lost this encounter. Your options as it currently stands are certain death, which we don't want to do, but I also don't think anyone here would lose sleep over it, or you can tell us what we'd like to know, and at least we're saying we'll let you go after that. It's a better chance than certainly dying.
We won't torture you. Probably.
I don't think anyone's promised to let me go yet.
Well, now
Are
we
you?
are.
Oh, Belanos, somewhere out there, some cosmic being. Like, he broke a pinky swear!
My pinkies are out in the open. I haven't pinky sworn to anything.
Yeah.
These are just words. They're just words.
I tell you about Flyer. You let me go. I get far enough away. I shout something you have no idea about.
Oh.
How far is far enough away?
You can't see me.
Yo, technically, we could have Amildas.
Guinevere? She's just a figurine now? Okay.
No, hold on, sorry, I was thinking of, sorry. No, my very much hunting
Guinevere,
cats.
my old friend. Loyal, untalking cat of the night. Okay. So...
What I meant to say was have our hunting cat companion, who can turn into a hunting cat, Omnildas, totally, just like off camera, and he's like, aha, I'm out of this.
You know what? I can agree to those terms. You tell us now. We'll let you go. And when you're far enough out of sight, you yell something we don't know.
Looks up at Sheshki.
I just don't know if I can trust him.
Truska,
And I just
trust
smile.
me. I trust him with my life. Tell you what, even as a showing of good sign, I'm gonna unbind his hands.
So at a game, what's your plan
I'm gonna cast
here?
suggestion on him to suggest to him that he's far out of sight and we can't see him.
Okay, hold on. What's the spell description for suggestion?
Yeah.
What? Hold up. How does that spell work? You suggest a course of activity. You could suggest him to go along with what you're saying.
Like, tell us what you know about the flyer.
Yeah, tell us what you know. Like, suggest that like this is your out, you know, and then we could just go from there. You know, like his answer, he gets the big bonk.
Yeah,
Right.
I like that idea. So, like, this guy doesn't want to tell us without us being willing to let him go. We're not willing to let him go. He knows that, but we haven't said that. I'd like to just play off of what Belanos said and be like, Heartseeker, I'd really rather hear this from you, and hear you tell me all about the flyer. How do I know you won't just disappear? And that's when I would like hope that you could do suggestion and see if he's willing to.
Then I'll cast it. I'll cast suggestion. I'll say, and I really suggest that you should go along with, what Shaska is saying.
Okay.
How does Alu and Belanos feel about that?
I mean, this is preferable to him maybe shouting something back at us as he actually gets away.
He shouts, "Y'all are fucking stupid,
Dingus!"
Nerds.
Well,
Yeah.
that's something we didn't know. Great.
You
Now
Yeah,
what
always
kind of
suspected, though.
save wisdom? Okay.
in the background, you could be keeping Rune apprised of the situation via whisper. Isn't it like 100 feet or
message."
something?
Yeah,
Message?
I'll ping you on what's happening.
Yeah, if we wanted to do the whole Omnildas off camera, it's risky, right? It's also not a risk we have to take. It's just an idea.
Yeah.
Is that a concentration? Not.
So
Silvery Barbs is resolve. Rough.
you can, because his dice was a 16.
Silvery
shit.
barbs.
Yeah.
Silvery Barbs.
I don't even remember what it does, but I remember
Yes,
it's
to re-roll the roll.
Yeah. And take the lower, and then I can give someone else advantage on something.
Oh, cool.
He failed that time.
And I'm going to
Um,
turn away and message to Alu.
Hey.
Have Omnildaz go sneaky cat to watch this guy.
Can you throw Silvery in the chat for me as well? Just nice for me to refresh on those. Thank you.
We'll get a nod and start that going in the background. Probably pull Omnildaz away again. In the background, inform her like we're gonna be doing something risky with this goblin. If they try and so would tell them of a tentative plan that they're going to shout something back and then probably try and make a break for it. If they look like they're running away without our allowing them to, pounce him, kill him to death. If she's willing, because she is NPC. Like, hey, we're gonna be doing something risky. We're hoping that it will tell us more about this encampment, and also maybe more about this sky shark. Who knows? We're all trying to work together here. No, she was pretty excited about that.
Mm-hmm.
Let me know how she feels about that, GM, or if you want me to kind of RP some of that over.
It's fine. I'm just rereading suggestion really carefully just to make sure I understand it very well.
Yeah.
So you cast suggestion and you told him go along with what Shaska says, and then you silvery barbed him as he was like growling through your spell and forced him to fail. You turned his 16 die into a 5 die.
Oh.
Yeah, it do be like that. Drown Yanti, life's a bitch, ain't it?
Right. Okay. And then it does that to the best of its ability, of course, unless it's going to cause it like harm that it's aware of. Cool. So one thing I was trying to figure out with the suggestion is I think you're supposed to do like one main suggestion to it, and then once that suggestion happens, I can't remember if the spell ends or not at that point. If the condition isn't met before the spell expires, the activity isn't performed. Yeah. Anyways, so for the time being, he's effectively enchanted to go along with Shaska as long as it doesn't seem like it's going to cause him harm.
And what he's going along with is telling me everything he knows about the flyer.
So just say that in the words you would in Shaska's voice, so I can RP that.
Yes. Tell me everything you know about the flyer. Was my original suggestion.
Yeah. Which one?
All of them.
I'm sorry. What? No.
There were smaller flyers, goblins with wings. Not really goblins. They're gone. Now there are 3 big flyers. I think maybe a family. They're screechy, big, bat wings. You can see them at night, flying low. They have spikes, spiked tail, strange face. Fur. I think there's 3 of them.
What about these goblins with wings? Can you tell me about these? Even though they are no more, what were they? And why?
Some people, or some say they were goblin vampires. They were driven out by the new flyers, took their cave. They fly, they take goblins. Goblins come back like them.
And those were the little flyers or the big flyers you're referring to?
Little flyers.
I have a question. How many legs do these big flyers have?
4.
Four legs, furry. What kind of creature's head do they wear? How many heads do they have?
1. It's a strange face.
Is it humanoid or is it a beast face?
Yes, now.
Strange beasts. They can talk.
Guys, can I keep it, please? If I promise to feed it.
What was the goblin leader's name? I already forgot.
Red Eye!
Which one? The one in front of us, or
No, the big
Red
big
Eye?
bad.
Okay.
Are these creatures loyal to Red Eye? Do they serve him out of some sort of obligation, or has he subjugated them?
I'm going to assume you're going to relay that to Shashka to ask, because
Yeah.
that's the specifics of suggestion instead of having him switch back and forth.
Oh, sure.
Yep,
Sure.
okay. Let's just do that for simplicity's sake. You basically asked, why are they following Red Eye? Is that the gist?
Yeah.
Are they following Red Eye? If so, why?
Red Eye strong. Red Eye survive. Red Eye fight. Not a coward.
Ask him if Red Eye is one of the original flying goblins.
Ooh, good question.
The answer is no. Red Eye help drive them away.
So Red Eye a goblin?
Yes.
Big goblin or small goblin?
Shrugs like smaller than me.
You're not the leader?
So not always about size, Miki. Sometimes it's about the fear that
Oh,
leave and the destruction in your wake.
I thought you were going to say the motion of the ocean, but that works too.
And you said that these creatures might be in a cave. Where is this cave?
Cave is next to camp.
Nah.
There's a bridge.
A
And
plank
why do
bridge,
they-
right?
Yes.
And why
And
do
there's a
they go to the other cave?
He's confused by your question that I'm assuming came through Shashka. You said, why do they go to the other cave?
I can't word it right. The cave that has the big shiny in it that Nova wants.
It's
Oh,
dwarven controlled,
That's a
I guess.
dwarven mine. Yeah.
Oh,
That would be hard to get in. That's the whole point, basically, is they're scoping that mine out, hoping for them to become vulnerable. You don't
they
usually want to
use them-
go find a dwarf
So-
in their own hole.
to help get my line of thought straight, they're
Yeah.
using the manticores to scout out the dwarven mine.
We don't know
hasn't-
that yet.
They haven't been said precisely. You know that there's at least some type of agreement between these greenskins and these BFDs, these big flying dangers.
Yes.
It could be any type of relationship you could imagine at this point. But they're cohabitating to an extent. Make sense?
As long as they
Yeah.
keep that, like, weekly goblin devoured quota at an acceptable level.
You can connect that with the fact that Heartseeker's out here busy recruiting.
Yes. That was not a bad time to try and hit him. I mean, in theory.
You should ask him if what he's going to yell at us from the bushes is about the flyers too.
It's probably part of the condition, so I doubt he'll say it. But I did ask him to tell us all he knows about the Manicore or about the flyers. So whatever these things are.
So, are you gonna ask him like, what were you gonna shout when you ran off?
Yeah, I'll ask him it.
There are 3 of them.
Hmm. He said Fibly. What's Fibly? How does it relate to these flyers?
Fibly? What did I say Fibly about?
He said
Family.
Maybe a Fibly.
Family.
Oh, maybe a family. Gotcha. Okay.
Having trouble speaking clearly today. I apologize. As you've
No
heard me
worries.
say some very interesting words.
You could,
Problem.
Gobble you could always ask when you said they're a family, like, is one of them significantly smaller than the others? Like,
Oh yeah.
There's a biggest one.
that's all you need to know. Yeah.
One
Gotta
too
put
big,
that in
one too
quotes.
small, one just right.
There is a biggest one.
What kind of weaklings do you feed to them?
Yes.
Is it only goblins, or are there different forms of goblins?
I don't feed them. I don't know.
Not, I meant
He's-
you as your group of people.
I don't know. But you know, he's being honest. Or he has brain damage and can't remember. I mean, one of the two, but...
Either way, he's honest in his eyes.
Yeah.
So there's a cave by the plank bridge. How close to the plank bridge is their cave that you think they're at?
The bridge touches the mouth.
How big is the river to the cave?
River-sized. You can swim. There are fish.
How many goblins would it take to stretch across the river?
Goblins
Hand
wide
and
is
feet.
this river? What is this
I
line
d-
of inquiry?
Don't know. Rivers change as they flow. Even with
Alright, that was-
seasons.
Philosophical as fuck, but okay.
How many goblins? Nah.
He's just really
It
in
was
tune with
literal.
nature.
I just put his poor brain just now. He like imagined goblins sideways, standing, holding arms, stacked, sandwich
Yeah.
style. Anyway, sorry, what's up, Belenos?
Well, I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say something. No worries.
What
Literal.
are these creatures' weaknesses? Surely there's some way you will
Oh.
keep them at least sated, if not cornered.
Don't know. I know they like to eat. I know they like to leave the armor on.
Surely you've heard stories.
They like
Sorry.
to leave the armor on when they eat.
I'm trying to get him to tell
They're
me anything he's
armored.
heard that he doesn't know if it's true or not about these things. Like,
Could ask about
what are
armor.
the stories,
That
man?
armored.
Things go in, not much comes out.
Not much comes out.
Do they breathe anything besides air, like fire, poison, ice?
Don't know. I don't work with them.
Oh, I figured, just in case you hadn't seen.
I prefer to be out here recruiting.
And when
Yeah.
have you seen them? Or when do you
Worked
know
well
that
for you.
they make their rounds, their hunting patterns?
Dusk, night. We hunker down.
And when do they return to their... When is it safe to walk around in the forest again
Ooh, nice phrasing.
from these creatures?
I don't think it is safe.
It's a very
We
genuine
choose to
response.
move at dawn.
Interesting. What are the
That's
times of days that you have seen these creatures attack or have been attacked by them?
Night. Dusk.
Now, you say you hunker down to stay away from them, or to hide from them at night. Does that mean turning off all your lights in camp?
We didn't bring torches.
So your camp is just dark, to hide from the flyers.
Small caves are best.
Nice.
Again, assuming this is all going through Sheshka.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he'd be like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Oh, what's up, Shashka?
I was looking at my questions that I have that we might want to know.
Just so I can understand that. He said that they don't have any lights or torches in their camp?
Correct.
Okay.
At least his posse, you know? Like,
Not
He-
main camp.
yeah, he's not talking about the camp. He's talking about his camp out in the bush right now
Nice.
that he sets up. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. You mentioned
How smart
armor.
are these creatures?
Ooh, that's a good question too.
Smart as goblins.
So they must be really smart.
Have you heard of any particular metals or rocks that they prefer or enjoy? Any types of armor that you know not to wear, lest not to attract their attention?
They like metal of all kinds, I think. I don't know. Things that aren't metal sometimes get left.
And they have claws, yes? They have spikes?
I think so. Have not seen them close.
Probably wouldn't be talking if he had.
Yeah.
He said that they keep the armor on when they eat. Gotta know what that means.
What do you want me to ask them?
Did Red Eye armor them?
That's a good question. Or like you mentioned armor. What the fuck?
What's the question exactly?
What kind of armor do they wear?
No, I think he's talking about when they eat goblins, they keep the armor on. The goblins, they eat them
Oh.
because they like metal.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what the
You
goblins.
should
That's-
still ask if they're armored.
That's real rough.
Sure, yeah. You ever see these creatures wear armor?
No, they have many spikes. Thick fur.
I've never seen a berserker, but okay.
They're not related to that old shrine, are they?
Oh, I don't know. Just
Let's
checking. Do you know
guys are
what
just
languages
sifting
they speak?
around in the file drawer of his brain right now. Sorry, what'd you say? Two hands? I missed the last word.
Know what languages they speak? If they're smart as goblins, or if they don't speak at all?
I think Goblin Common. I think. I don't know.
book. Nah.
That's everything I want to know.
Blap. No.
Before, and if you do decide to blab, I do want to make sure, Belanos, you saw those whispers in Roll20 a while back.
Boop, boop, boop.
It's fine if not.
I did not. I don't see anything.
Really? Huh.
And his demeanor throughout all this of him telling us all what we know, has it been like a truthful kind of body language, or has it seemed like there's been some shifting, weird side eyes?
You could roll an insight if you want. I'm going to send it via Discord.
Very good.
11.
You. I'm sorry.
Oh, they
Or
went to
not
the.
11. That would be just a 10.
I know what happened, Chuck. They went to somehow it chatted to the old sheet when you were first a slave. I just
Bro.
looked. You can see what I like. I just said in Discord. Belano slave. That's who received all these messages. Dang it.
Do you
Excellent.
remember?
So this was happening before Omnildals cracked their knees over in the bushes. So you've been getting those messages.
Okay.
Do with that what you will. It's up to you. Sorry about that. And I missed what people were saying while I was just focusing on that. You guys talked about, that's just about it. Was there something else you wanted to say or do specifically?
I just wanted to see, just during that whole
his
thing,
body
I rolled a
language.
10.
That's right. 10. I mean, he definitely seems enchanted. It's pretty obvious. It's like
Perfect.
he went from like having emotions to not. So
All right, so based off just what he said, to go along with what he's saying, tell me everything you know. He can't lie if he doesn't know it, so therefore everything he knows is just what he knows. So it could be a lie, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a lie. It's just what he knows.
Right.
there's nothing in suggestion to say that he would not lie, so it would come down to his character, probably, to a large extent. Although I do say, if someone's enchanted, they will respond to the best of their ability within their own nature. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm good. Do we want to ask him about the camp? If there's other folks other than goblins and stuff?
That's what I was trying to hint at with the fucking feeding, but
I'll just straight up ask him. Does your camp have folk other than goblins in it, like bugbears or hobgoblins or orcs? Or is it all goblins working with these flyers?
Last time there were also orcs.
So there could be a pretty significant presence here if we've got a bunch of folks coming together. Hard to say. I've got all the info I want, guys. I think we're ready to dispose of the goblin.
great.
Belenos?
Just since we're basically done with him, I'm just going to ask him, why did our friend make you sad?
Going through Shishka. I tried to be a nice goblin. Some old priest told us how to get along with each other and other races. Dwarves raided my home, killed my children, killed my lover, left me bleeding to die slowly. Never again will I suffer a dwarf to live.
Ah, yes, the cycle of hate.
Yes.
It grips us all. There is no cure. I just throw him to Binky.
All right. So you toss this guy over to Binky.
Yeah, we're just gonna come back and be like, oh, so Mickey stopped updating me. You talked a little bit longer. Like, what I missed? Like, nothing.
So Binky seems to be still tied up and stuck and being like held back by their leash and things. Is anybody going to untie Binky, or are you going to leave him tied up?
Are you saying he can't?
I'll explain soon, but my question is anybody going to untie him or not?
I'm just trying to be fun. I'll just kill him.
Okay. How do you kill him? What do you do?
Probably just a good old dagger in the back. Might even apologize
You
to him.
sneaky snake!
Enjoy your freedom.
I'll put him back here. And go ahead and roll to attack him with advantage with your dagger.
Sure.
Misses.
Good.
That's a distinct possibility.
You have
Cuts his hands, like, does a sick flip. How long does that advantage from silvery barbs last?
a minute.
Doesn't matter. Yikes.
So you go to stab him, and the enchantment breaks, and he quickly does like a breakdance spin in place, and he's going to try and run away.
His feet are still tied.
I know. He knows.
Okay.
You're trying to stab him. He's not going to just sit there.
Look at the little fella. Look at him go.
So anybody wants to try and stop him, you got to beat a 7.
I'll just grab the longbow.
Yeah, you get him get a little bit away and go ahead and roll damage.
6.
Ouch. Okay, he's still hopping away.
I'm gonna throw a knife at him.
This is kind of fucked up, you guys.
It's a little fucked up.
Yep.
I just don't care.
Okay, go ahead and
Throw
throw
a
your
knife. 20 for
throw your
6
knife.
damage.
6. All right, where do you hit him with
yeah.
it?
Back of the head.
Okay,
Not even the neck. The head.
shoot him in the
Ow.
back. Hit him in the back of the head with a dagger, and Heartseeker is no more.
Killed my family.
All right. And
Dusty will sleep all tonight.
cool. And then now what y'all do? You got 2.5 goblins, or honestly 3.5 goblins, pile of goblins. Binky's still tied up trying to get over to these goblins. What are you guys up to now?
My vote is toss some of these goblins over to Binky, past him, within his
sphere of
his
influence.
pain, his sphere of influence.
Okay. You guys do that. Binky starts scrabbling to them, and before he even starts eating them, he seems like he's like gagging and choking and is struggling. He's trying to distend his jaw, but the way that the rope and everything, and he's been tugging on it. Basically, someone should unlasso Binky.
Oh,
I will help Binky.
That's what I was getting at earlier with the goblin. I'm like, are you guys gonna untie Binky or just okay.
poor little fella.
So
There
he
you
couldn't
go.
just wriggle back out of it like a cat might do. Or guess he's got less motion.
Yeah, imagine he'd been pulling on it going forward for this entire time. So you untie Binky, Belanos, and immediately their jaw just slides back, and they regurgitate a mostly digested skeleton with some familiar-looking teeth.
Oh yeah.
Any jewelry you were wearing that he might have just.
I don't think so. I think Shashka stripped.
Yep, I took all the possessions off before Belanos got digested.
This is an interesting experience.
All right, let me come
Gonna
on.
pat you on the back.
Can I have your head?
You'll understand if I insist on knowing why.
Well, I can't right now, but I'm interested on maybe learning some speak with dead spells, and I'm wondering what would happen if we spoke with. Yeah, you get. Yeah.
I'm just gonna motion to Belanos. Why? He's right here.
Well, this is Balanos, but like.
What,
I'm just
Belanos
curious.
2.0?
Well, this is B2. This is,
There you go.
I'm just curious what would happen mainly.
I have to admit, I am actually also curious what would happen if he were to cast Speak with Dead on these remains. Yeah, let's take my head.
You guys are silly.
I'm on board.
Oops, that was the wrong thing.
I guess,
Bellanos' eyes just start going, "Wah!"
yeah. I don't actually feel like sparing any of these goblins.
So
Oh, I don't either.
Binky shovels these 3 goblin bodies into his gourd and starts slowly, loosely wriggling their mouth back forward with new meat to digest in their
Is-
big old snake body.
He's trying to pet Binky while he's digesting.
Yeah, roll animal handling, I guess.
Oh, so kitties. Super cats.
11.
They're pretty occupied with their feast, but you pet them and they're like a little bit like, oh, what the fuck, and then they relax. They're just finishing getting them in there, like even like sticking their arm back in their throat to like push it in as their jaws are still kind of loose and flappy. All right. And there's a humanoid skeleton with a hole in the back of its head. Right there. What now? Rune, you haven't done anything in a minute. Why don't we pan over to you?
Sure.
Here y'all are. Got 2 knee-smacked goblins. What do?
Probably in the meantime, just seeing if we could learn anything discernible from Gutter. Like, are you from the camp? Because like Gibbler doesn't know anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's not part of the boys. But what about Gutter? How resistant is he this entire time?
Gibbler has been telling you to just kill him. He's gonna get us both killed. Just kill him. He's bad.
No.
Shame.
Well, bit of a shame there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Probably just a few.
Yes, we did. She doesn't.
You guys fine with a few meaty whacks?
Omnodaz doesn't speak Goblin.
Correct. I'm fine with a few meaty whacks.
Now, do you speak Goblin?
No.
Any qualms with me putting this one under?
Huh?
Killing them to death.
Oh. I don't know. I'd rather not be the one to do it.
No, I'll be taking care of that myself.
I'm not
Pleasure's
gonna
all mine.
stop you.
Well, didn't hear a no.
Oh boy, here I go killing again.
Here I go killing again.
By the time we're done with Omnodaz, she'll be coming back to camp just whispering, "No witnesses."
No witness.
All right, Rune. So what's your strat here?
Let's see here. What do we got on my person? Rune has a hand axe. Probably just pin the kneecapped goblin. Hand axe to the throat. Look over one last time to Gibbler. Like, he's got one more out. Does he want to talk now?
Just kill him. Let me go. Kill him. He's bad.
Translate, please, for me.
You hear some goblin sputtering, and the other goblin just starts like snarling back at him. He's bad. Kill him.
It dead.
And then Rune, I'm guessing you're gonna like try and do your thing where you grapple and then roll to hit and all that stuff. Right?
I mean, yeah, just pinning the goblin and then slitting his throat. Do you want me to roll even?
I will have you roll with advantage real quick. There is the slight case that you roll double ones or something. 24 is plenty.
Yeah, I just put him under.
So that goblin's gurgling.
Yeah.
Sleepy.
Good. Now let me go. I can try to help.
Such a big helper.
Yeah. Let me go check in with the boys.
It turns around.
Which might prelude to so me and the boys were talking here in a moment. You know what? Ruth's just gonna pick him up and bring him over. Let's see what the rest are doing.
Who are you picking up?
What's his name? Gibbler, the one goblin that's not handicapped in a bush right now.
Okay.
Well, I know the one's not waking up, but did you whack him too, just in case?
Nah.
Oh, I think we should do that.
You never know.
As a
His
mercy
brain
at this
could come
point.
back to him. Yeah.
Oh, I thought your little one might still be a little hungry. I could finish him off when I go back that way. No big deal there. Not the biggest fan of violence myself, believe it or not, but I could do that. This one here's pretty cooperative. What happened to the Where's
Goblin
Hart?
Reform School?
Where's Heartseeker?
He's somewhere.
Oh, so you did that to him. Okay. Root's just got this like pensive look, like, oh, that's not.
He's probably like 30 feet this way, like down the road.
Yeah, he's somewhere.
He's some. What are we
arrow and a
doing with
knife.
Gibbler?
Yeah, what do we want to be doing with Gibbler here? Cooperative enough until it's not convenient, probably.
He speaks Goblin.
You know what I just thought of? They feed them goblins. We're gonna have to probably fight these leathery whatever the flying things are anyways.
Mhm.
But we have a lot of bodies here. And they said that they keep low during the night. We could lure them in with the bodies here. And,
Oh, fight them separate
Fight-
from the main force.
fight them exactly that, or they said they could talk, maybe convince them to, eat all the goblins at the other camp.
Oh, they said they can talk?
Yeah. True. But it sounds like there's some type of mutual respect, or at least a mutual agreement between the two parties, and that Red Eye is to be feared, and that is part of staying their hand, or should I say, staying their claw. So,
Aye, but a mother and a father looking after their child trapped with near the brink of death, that could change someone's mind.
Depends. Yeah, see what you mean.
It
So
could be the case.
It's just got Gibbler on their shoulder this entire conversation.
Yeah, he's like definitely doing the whisper over your shoulder, like, can you please let me go now?
Little jostle, and we're talking with the adults.
Big people are talking. Shush.
Yikes. So
unless we plan on using this goblin to translate for any future groups that we speak to, I don't think it's prudent to keep him around.
Yep, you should let me go for sure. I'll run whatever direction you tell me to.
Let me have 30 minutes to build a trap real quick.
no.
Well, where will you be running off to, Gibbler? Where's home?
I still don't have a tent. I find a new tribe.
Rune, you've been wanting a pet.
No, that's fucked up. That's not. Why do people keep thinking that's what I mean by a pet? That's not what I mean by a pet. I just want like a dog or something that I can lean on emotionally. Oh, you're kind of fucked up in all these different ways, and I don't know. I just want something I can talk to.
You can talk to me.
Who said that?
Oh no, that was standing back here awkwardly, like 20 feet away from the conversation.
Yeah, so Rune will actually move over a little bit and wave Omnildaz over, like, you should be part of this conversation. You're part of us now. Part of the group. Free chain breakers.
I was listening and I spoke.
Okay, well, if you're, I guess, comfortable outside the circle, that's okay too.
There's a circle?
Gibbler?
It's like oddly shaped.
I will give you a head start. And if you can outrun my arrow, then you have earned the right to continue your existence on this rock. You will not come back to this area.
That's a lot, Shaska. That's how we're doing this.
It seems
Is he
a little
serious?
dark, Shaska.
Let him
Even
go.
like for us.
For what? Yanti and Drow? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that I was acting. Did you not pick that up? I'm not that mean.
We've picked a side. And there's things that we need to do to secure our continued allegiance for the side that we have picked.
But that's just fucked up.
Is it?
Yeah. You're torturing the bastard at that point.
Am I?
Yeah, you're dangling freedom in front of him before you fucking kill him.
I'm
We
letting
all know
him
you're
go.
not gonna miss that arrow.
Actually, I'm a pretty terrible shot.
He's been a pretty bad shot. But what's this about a translator now? We could be giving him a purpose. I don't think we're going to be walking headfirst into this cab, but we are needing...
And how do we keep him? Chained up?
Nah.
On the back of the wagon? Gibbler, are you going to walk with us and translate any goblin that we see?
Try. They don't... I can't make them talk.
It wasn't anything wrong with your translations. I think Gutter was just an asshole, and sometimes they end up dead in a ditch. But you see, you've done right by me trying. Oh, I'd be giving you a chance.
I'd be giving him a chance too. He was helpful.
I mean,
and he doesn't know shit. No offense, Gibbler. Either we let him go and he lives, or we kill him here and now a proper way because he was attempting to assist us.
Gibbler, do you want to be killed here now proper, or do you want to have a shot at life?
I would like to live.
Ow. What do you make of it, Belenos?
Killing him now does seem distasteful, although none of us hesitated when it was time to start killing goblins. But something about it now does feel off. I'm inclined to let him go.
You should always go with your gut.
Well, now I'm suspicious again.
Okay.
Set him down, Brune.
Yeah, of course. Brune will set him down, like, right here.
Untie me.
Sure. Hold still. Yep. Untie him.
Okay. So, what are we doing? You want me to run?
I just tell him to run.
Okay. He, dives under Rune's legs and just tears off through the trees as fast as he can.
Yeah. I'll take one shot at him.
Okay.
And if I have disadvantage on the shot, I use grace. But otherwise, if he
shot.
Evades it, he goes.
Fire your shot.
Ooh.
20's pretty high. Roll damage. Yeah, you kill him.
Piercing.
Oh!
So you fire and just lands in the back of the head, and he is dead.
Or he doesn't even turn around.
Solves
What?
that.
Well, he didn't hit wood.
That was probably the wise course of action, but it still doesn't feel great.
It doesn't have to. You didn't pull the bowstring. We didn't come here to take prisoners, to befriend the goblins. We came here to kill goblins. And we came here to get that rock. And that's what I'm here to do.
It is better when Chashka does it instead of me. From Omnodaz.
I'm willing to live with that blood on my hands.
Oh, good.
Because that blood never washes away.
Really?
No matter how much you atone. It may wash away, but
Buzz becomes an alchemist, all right,
feeling
goblin
will
blood
always
is
remain.
immutable.
every time you take a life, the damage that it does to you is irreversible. Whether you can see that damage or not is irrelevant. It is there.
Who hurt you?
Amayanti.
Well, I stand by you, Shaska. That's what I appreciate about you. Do the dirty work a lot of us can't, or don't want to do.
Thanks.
I apologize for trying to stick up for him there. It didn't quite hit in my head that you were perchance giving him a chance at freedom. I thought, you were just toying with him.
You
But
don't have to.
you were going to be a man of your word. If you missed, you would have let him go.
I'll go collect the bodies. We should be wrapping up here and coming up with a plan.
Do we
Daylight
eat the
burning.
goblins?
And if
What
you're
the-
hungry,
They don't smell particularly good, but I was taught that it's best not to waste.
Runel just
Well-
start collecting.
Well,
I'm that hungry.
that's certainly your prerogative, Omnal does, but I don't think the rest of us will be joining you in that
Oh,
particular culinary endeavor.
But
I
I
okay.
also,
I didn't want to eat the goblins. I just normally, actually, always when I kill something is to eat.
And that
sometimes
is
you have to kill for other reasons.
No, I don't.
that is
I'm gonna hear what Chuck has to say.
Sorry. She's just very frank. No, I don't.
I love this character.
That's pretty good. That's why I'm going to offer her some of that boar jerky we took for the road. 'Cause
Oh,
I knew
thank
she
you.
was going to get hungry.
But Chuck, you were saying something before I
I forgot what it was.
broke you. Sorry. Dang it. She'll happily munch some jerk. For sure. Salty.
Unfortunately, on the DOS, there are lessons to be learned today.
Mm-hmm.
Heartseeker could have probably been a good guy, a good goblin, a good person. The dwarves wronged him at some point in his life, killed his family, according to him. We don't know if the story is true. And he lost himself to hate and swore that he would never again allow a dwarf to live in his presence. That's why he didn't like Rune, because Rune looked like a dwarf. And why he didn't trust us to keep our word. And we really didn't keep our word. And I'm not saying that was right, but sometimes it's not about that. Sometimes it's about the job and what you need to do to get it done. And at the end of the day, at the end of your life, you will find yourself reconciling all the times that you have chosen to put the job over how you felt, and what you felt was right. And no one has a right answer, but that time comes for us all. You wear each time that you choose to put the job over your gut, that one day or another, we all will atone.
Is it bad to put oneself into one's work in order not to feel?
What is bad?
That's a good question.
And that goes into what I was going to say, that history is written by the winners.
But to answer your question more specifically, maybe it is. And maybe it's important to allow yourself to feel, even if it is to know that that action in itself, that sometimes there's a better way, that sometimes there's a different way that you should be thinking.
That's probably why they sent me away.
And maybe it is. Maybe I saw that in you when I said yes. Maybe I see a kindred spirit. Someone who shares the loss that I've experienced. We're here for you, Omnidos. We're not saints. But we're not soldiers. You may see things that we do that we regret along the way. But know that that is not lost on us, and nor should it be lost on you. What's important is that you learn every day from the rights and the wrongs, and that you strive to be a better person through it all, the good and the bad, and that you remember that to feel is to live. Even if you feel bad, it's better than feeling nothing. When you feel nothing, you have lost yourself, and it is difficult to get back. Gods, I know that to be true. And then Shaska will stop lecturing.
Yep. Just to The thing she would have piped up would have been like, is there anything I could have done better today? And then she would have muttered, well, I guess I've lost myself.
Buck.
But all is not lost. Not yet.
Did you used to not feel like me?
Correct.
And now you feel?
I do. And it hurts every day. It's much easier to forget the people that I've lost, the things that I've done.
Why would
wrongs
you
that I've
want
made.
to feel?
Anyone else have an answer to this question? Anyone else have any
Feelings.
positive associations?
Feelings are a blessing and a curse. I recently, you might have noticed, have actually you might not have because you didn't meet me before. Have underwent something of a curse with my eye here. It changes colors to show what I am feeling at the time. Something that I sometimes forget to show my heart on my sleeve. Physically this way.
Have you been someone who's not felt before?
Oh yes. I was completely under the dominant control of someone that I let control my life. Unlike you, I had a physical, sort of a realistic person controlling everything that I did. You, perhaps Shaska, are under the guise of being controlled by that of feeling nothing. When that happens, it's not healthy. It's not good in the long run. It can hurt you more than it can gain you. And it's a fight and it's a struggle to get back to where you are yourself. But learning and taking the time to be conscious of your decisions and what you're doing, those are the first steps.
I made a
Shasta.
decision today.
And what was that decision?
Rune asked me to stab the goblins through the back. I instead broke their knees. That was a decision.
Aye.
And it was your own. Maybe because you felt remorse. Maybe because you felt pity.
Why don't we ask her?
What did you feel?
Or why did you choose to not do what Rune asked? I'm not in trouble, I'm just curious.
It didn't feel right. Like an apple that's gone bad. You don't want to take a bite. It also felt like a waste. I don't think we're going to eat all of these.
No.
Jesus Christ.
But like I said, I have a plan that could greatly benefit us. Were we to use them to lure in
Can I
that of those flying sharks?
ask a question?
You can always ask a question.
Oh? Why did we kill all these goblins?
Because we didn't want any witnesses, and we unfortunately found ourselves on the wrong side of the engagement. Well, maybe not on the wrong side, but we found ourselves on the opposite side of the engagement.
Hmm.
We're here to investigate the goblins and their part in the mine. These goblins were likely not the ones that are scouting the mine.
Can I ask another question?
Sure.
The goblin I subdued has seen and heard nothing. I put him to sleep before you all did anything. What about sparing that goblin?
And when they wake and run off to a place that we don't know and report to a person or a goblin that we don't know, that a snake or a Yanti, a dwarf, an elf,
How
a
would
drow,
they know that? They were asleep the whole fight.
can you guarantee that they didn't see us?
I've been watching them.
Are you willing to put our lives to chance and to fate on that answer? Because I'm not.
I
And
would
that's
put
why.
my own life, but I can't decide for you.
And that's why I don't ask you to make these calls. I'm willing to shoulder that burden. That penance can lie with me.
Omnildaz, you'll learn something very quickly out here. It's something that's I still struggle with. Is that those around you are the lives that are most important. This world is cruel, and it will take and take and take if you're not careful.
I know
If
that.
you don't take the precautions to protect everyone around you in every single way, you will lose everything you've built. And you could just be all on your lonesome again.
Gonna like put a hand
Or
on your
dead.
shoulder, like
Dude, she's tearing up right now. Actually, she that's enough questions. And she just kind of turns around and walks over to her unconscious goblin at that. And is crying.
We're just gonna go comfort our buddy if she's wanting comfort.
What is your plan briefly with Omnildaz, Rin?
A pat on the back, offering here if you want to talk about it. He said I could talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be an open ear.
So you pat her, and she kind of jolts a little bit. You could tell she was completely focused on this unconscious goblin. And you offer if you can talk, blah, 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 and she just goes, okay. But is still intently focused on the doomed goblin.
Yeah.
Alrighty. We've been at this downhill racing club for a hot minute. Is there anything else you guys want to do here before we move on to something?
Sorry, I got a little too real there.
I mean, it wasn't too real for the game. It's too real for Omnildaz.
No, that's what I was saying that in character. Yeah.
You're like, where are your hurts? Right here. Oh yeah. Twist.
Miki just wanted to make sure she understood.
I think she understands just fine.
I think you described her trauma to her better than she could have worded it. But
Ain't that a bitch?
Didn't Brosta kind of tell you guys that her?
Yeah, but Miki didn't know that.
Yeah,
Miki only knows that she was alone and we took her in.
it's very true.
Right,
true.
she wasn't at the meeting.
That's right.
Which honestly makes it worse and better all at the same time.
Good guess,
That's when
Miki.
Shaskin would give you the too late brief on.
Yeah, by the way,
exactly that.
Oh,
Um,
no.
But yeah, Shaska explained, so she was working towards her graduation and life research partner who died. And then she lost her entire career and purpose in the world and then turned into this numb, work focused, won't leave her family's immediate vicinity. And then they just you need to go. This is not good. And sent her
I don't even think it
to
was work focused. It was just I'm deeply depressed.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
not getting out of bed. Type.
Yeah, it's like that. She's either not doing anything or she was just working and not talking to anybody, basally.
Oh,
I'm gonna go pick mushrooms for 3 weeks.
Years.
let's go.
Yeah,
I'm interested in the temple, the shrine. Chuck, are you interested in checking that out?
I mean, we certainly can, or we can let sleeping gods lie.
Ooh. Are you saying you'd pass up a chance to fuck with some god?
No. I'm just saying if we want to move on, I'm okay with it. But I'm also curious about the shrine.
Come on.
So you guys
Apart
are
from the
like,
shrine, I don't have any other business here. I think I'm ready to like move on after that to see if we can figure out these scouts, if we can find these scouts after the shrine. How do you guys feel about that?
Yeah, I'm fine with really anything, but if Belanos wants to check out the shrine, Belanos should check out the shrine, not not just for our sake of wanting to move on.
Yeah.
All right, let's check out the shrine.
Woo!
alrighty. So, Belanos, you move over to the shrine. Binky, once their skull finally came back to its original cat shape, not unhinged, did start purring. You walk over there. They're going to start slowly crawling this way. All right. So, Belanos, you are in this little rocky kind of alcove. It's unclear with the erosion around this thing if this was carved out or if this little alcove was natural and they built the shrine here after the fact. Just with that and your own knowledge of, shrines and things, this is very old. It's been worn. There's all sorts of plants growing around and on it and in it. It's got cracks, made out of dark stone. It's kind of like a bird bath shaped sort of shrine with this maybe humanoid kind of face with these triangles and it's strange shapes all around. It sounds good, Cheshka. Is there what do you want to do with it, Belanos? What's your approach?
I think I'm just giving it like a look over. Like, is there any discernible writing on it? Is there anything I recognize? I'm not like super entranced by this thing. I'm just curious.
Yeah. You could roll me a religion to see if you just kind of know godly wise like what this might be. You can even pray and like see if there's any kind of sign with your own faith, or you can roll a history check to see again if there's anything that had come up that looks anything like these symbols in any books that you've read in your studies. What would you like to do here?
I'll just do a religion check. Yeah.
Okay.
Normal. 17 religion.
17. Okay. And then are you doing like kind of just a prayer approach or just kind of going off of your knowledge of religions?
Just what I would know, like from studying.
You've heard in these lands, it's usually with passerbys who come through your observatory up in the mountains, the college, talk about some of the fascinating research they've done with sort of lost shrines, an ancient race, and there's all these mysteries around it that are yet to be unsolved, and it's exciting new research for the college, or it's always exciting research for the college to find more and more little pieces and clues to unraveling this ancient race that is seemingly extinct. And though you haven't, like, they didn't describe this exact form, based on everything that you can see here, it probably has to do with that extinct race.
Interesting. I think this is certainly interesting to Belanos, but it's also a little outside of his like field of study. So
yeah, the big thing that would pop up to you is they weren't worshiping gods; they were trying to make them.
Oh, that is interesting.
Belanos, anybody got a crowbar? Thanks.
I think if you'll allow it, I would like to do like either a sketch or maybe even like a rubbing of the face, like the triangle symbols and stuff on the face in particular.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. I think I usually just have people do like a sleight of hand for detail. You're right there in front of it. You don't need to roll like a history or anything. So, yeah, roll me a sleight of hand with advantage. You're going to do etching and sketching. You have a stationary, 21.
21.
You've got both.
Bueno.
Nice.
Cool. Add
All
that
right,
to your
so I
inventory.
will-
Sketching of weird ancient bird bath.
All right, so I will exit from the alcove and just look around and be like, well, it's nothing we need to concern ourselves with. It is fascinating. I wish I was still in correspondence with home. They would probably be very excited to come out here and see this for themselves.
Maybe one day.
Maybe.
All right. So I think it's a pretty good time for a break. While you were over there, Belenos, Shashka and Miki would have noticed Bahinki actually crawling around the pile of goblins faster than before, even though they're laden with goblins, just heading down the road. That's about how far they would get by the time you came out.
8 feet, like. Yo,
I mean,
his,
that's like 15 feet. You know?
his hindquarters are probably where he started still. Like, he's not even at full length.
All right, let's take a break, and we will resume soon.
Sounds good.
Nice.
That is credits. That is not the break screen. I made credits. There we go.
Nice, excited to see him.
Very cool.
Alrighty.
That's probably like the most cold-blooded Shaska's been in a hot minute.
God damn it, I was muted. It was like, I don't even remember what I said. It was, yeah, fucking, it was dope though.
What's on your head, buddy?
This is a ice pack.
It's not
Ah,
sleepy time.
This is a
oh, okay.
and then if I want to wear it to bed, this is what you wear when you get migraines.
I get migraines and cluster headaches, but ice
Oh,
has
you
never.
get cluster headaches, man? Oh, fuck that. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, man. You should get these. Have you tried these? Anything like this?
I've tried cold pressure, but it doesn't seem to do anything for me.
Oh, man. My buddy Bob, he suffered from clusters, and he just nothing, insufferable. I felt so bad for him. I'm sorry, man.
Knock on wood, it's been like 2 years since the last time they actually happened, but it is like incapacitating for real.
Mm-hmm. He couldn't even drink alcohol either because like that would trigger him too. I don't know if that, but he also had some stuff going on, so it might have been just life. Yeah, man. I got like 5 or 6 of these because my wife and I, we both get migraines and stuff sometimes, and we'll just cycle through. One gets warm, we'll throw it back in the freezer, grab the next one, and just keep going. Dude, goblin vampires would be hella fun. Heartseeker probably could have been a really cool character if he wasn't
Yeah,
on the wrong side of the dice.
I feel bad
Fucking
for him.
Domino Dawes out here making me feel bad that we just fucking attack these goblins out of nowhere.
It's life.
Yeah, she's got to learn. Either she'll learn how to live this life, or she'll learn she's not cut out for it. Either way,
Yeah.
it's good for her.
So I wanted to have the lessons learned. What did we do we were okay with, and what did we do that we weren't?
You
And
were
why?
like, you gave her the lesson, and I gave her the trauma.
Ugh. Think about your dead boyfriend.
Meanwhile, Miki's just like, yeah, you were alone before you came to us, and you'll be alone again if you don't take the proper precautions.
Yeah.
You're gonna fucking kill us all.
I'm really looking forward to hopefully reaching the DOS and like kind of coaching her through some of the stuff that like my character has been through, and in the process maybe like doing a little bit more healing on his end too. As long as we don't get fucking murked by like manticores.
Fresno State's former quarterback, now a quarterback of the Saints, has been suspended for 6 games for using performance-enhancing drugs.
I like that episode of Futurama when they're like, yeah, oh, that was before that was mandatory to use performance enhancing drugs. Oh, yeah. We'll get there eventually. It'll just be the thing.
I just can't wait for like, what are they called? Like Omni Bionics to like come into play, and people are going in there with fucking like turbo legs and shit.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be there for a while. I mean, just
Yeah,
at a
not in our
technological
lifetime.
level. Like from a passive perspective, there is some grumbling sometimes that like folks with prosthetic legs with the spring attachment. That I'm saying there's grumblings. I'm not saying it's true that have an unfair advantage. I'm like, dude, they've got one leg. Like, how can you say that? Like, that's I don't know. But it's apparently a heated debate if that's a benefit to your speed in those scenarios in that circumstance, or if it's a hindrance. Like, I don't know. I don't have that perspective, but I've heard people get into debates over that in professional events.
And the one thing that sucks is the one guy that ran in the actual Olympics with it, Oscar Pistorius or something, I think.
Oh yeah,
Turned out to be a fucking terrible person. So it like killed any kind of like, yeah, he was like super pedo.
Weird.
And just kind of killed that kind of momentum towards bringing them all together.
Well, luckily, you know, the number of legs that you have doesn't predicate whether or not you're a pedo or not. But I understand what you're saying. I've seen some pretty cool prosthesis as far as like control goes, but like when it comes to power, like a lot of it just comes from leverage. Like if you have a robotic arm, you know, you can only pick up so much vertically. You know, you can only do so much. Well, I guess that in physics that's considered work. You can only do so much work with that because, like, what's your hard point, right? And that's just like whatever is attaching to your body. You know, it's like my shoulder is not going to fall off if I pick up something that's 50 pounds. If I have something, you know, secured to me, it might. And like that's like a physical limitation that's like hard for us to overcome with like our current level of technology.
All right,
That's
looks
where
like
like exosuits, man.
everybody's
That's
back.
You see my fun little shit post reminding you of how great Florida is, Shuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
We should make fun of West Virginia sometime, man. Dude, I got
West
plenty of
Virginia.
content around here, around these parts.
You know what?
V-necks.
Mothman isn't that cool.
Yes.
Every
Oh,
time,
Right.
Mothman?
dude,
Mothman isn't that cool.
Excuse me?
Mothman's fun. I like
Dude, I could be
Mothman.
wearing a vest right now.
Was-
You
I
wouldn't
was-
fucking know.
Making fun of West Virginia.
Is Mothman a West Virginia thing? I can't remember.
Yeah, it is.
Is
Yeah,
it?
quite
Oh,
pleasant.
nice.
Yeah,
Right?
man. Mothman and shit.
I love Mothman.
Don't
They
you
did a
know
really
Richard
good,
Gere?
really cool Mothman movie. That really spoofy one that came out like
Yeah,
early 2000s or
Colin Farrell was
something.
in it.
Oh.
I like that movie. Gave me the heebie-jeebs when I was young for a little bit. Like every time you see two red lights, you're like, "Oh, there he is! Every car in the bushes, he's coming for you." Another one that was nice and spooky when I like around same. I think I watched them back to back. I watched Mothman Prophecies, and then I watched White Noise. If you guys have seen that one, where the guy is trying to get the
back.
yeah. I gave myself some double wheelies. I was like, "Woo!"
Oh.
Say what you want. I tell you what was
Chuck looks like
spooky
he's
when
about to
it first
throw a
came out.
cat.
The Grudge. When that shit first came out, that was spooktastic.
I thought that was a fun one. I want to rewatch The Grudge. Actually, I want to rewatch The Grudge. I want to rewatch the original Ring.
Is that wait? Which one is the one where they come out of a TV?
The Grudge
The
and
Ring.
The Ring. I think don't they come out a TV in both?
The Grudge is the girl in the sewer.
Oh, that's just the sewer. So yeah, just The Ring's the TV girl.
Okay.
The Grudge comes out of anywhere.
Yeah, I thought a Grudge came out of a TV at one point, but it might have been one of the various Grudge movies. I could be wrong. I don't know.
We should some night stream. It's not dubbed, so it'd have to be subtitles. But there is a Japanese movie called Sadako versus Kayako, and it's The Grudge girl versus the ring girl.
Yo,
Yeah.
let's go.
And like an alien versus predator type situation.
What's your schedule this week, Chuck? Not even kidding.
I'm fucking down.
When are you streaming this? I need this
We can do it
right
this
now.
weekend.
Good.
It's awful. I mean, it's bad.
Oh yeah,
but
no,
yeah,
that's that. Sometimes you just need some terrible raunchy like. That was one thing I used to like. One of the few things I did to bond with my dad was we would go out and just watch the worst titled movie, like whatever looked horrible in the theater. Like Sally and Biscuit go to war against Nazis. We're like, okay, sure, yeah, let's watch this fucking thing. Or like one of the NCIS movies, which you know are just going to be cringy as all hell. You're like, okay. Speaking of Florida, sorry, Miami Vice 17. I was a state ranger. I never miss. Used to love watching those in like bad horror or like bad fantasy movies too. Super fun.
Dude, bad fantasy.
There's more bad sci-fi than fantasy though. I think sci-fi's easier for some reason.
Yeah. Throw some flashing lights on shit.
Yeah, you can use plastic, right? Everything's plastic, and
Junk electronics are way easier to come by than fantasy sets.
you do a fantasy movie. They're like, that is not the period armor. They're like, it's a fantasy movie. Okay, sorry, I'm getting off track. So a little quick check-in. I think we all had a break. Am I doing okay enough? You guys want me to keep jamming tonight? That's my straightforward question. It's
Yes.
yes on J. Crew, yes on two hands, a nod from a Shuck, a thumb from an Alu. All right, we'll keep going then. So long as you guys are having fun, then I'm good. You all ready to continue? Doesn't matter right now. So
Yes, it does.
now right this moment.
Your opinions matter.
Oh, I have opinions. My opinion is, as long as you guys are having fun, I am going to continue. So, I'll explain it in more detail later if you wish. But everybody ready to resume?
Yes.
Resume.
Let's go.
Cool. I'd like to continue to facilitate. So we pick up Rune standing solemn behind Omnildaz, staring at the goblin that she knows whose life will end soon, contemplating her part in all of this and her feelings after Miki described the trauma very directly. And
Yeah.
Hinky crawling towards Belanos. Belanos has cool drawings in hand. Shashka and Miki, I think, probably just kind of chilling right now while they do their thing. Or what are you guys up to? Anything in particular?
I'd be looting the bodies.
All right.
Hell yeah, brother.
We've got, let's see how many goblins' bodies we got left here.
It's also
one,
stuff I
two,
don't need
4.
right now unless there's anything
Six.
fancy on board.
Yeah, let me just look what I put for their loot here. I think this particular group was pretty basic kind of stuff.
We need to make a decision on what we're doing with these bodies. Stacking them and setting them off to the side. I'd like to stay stealthy, so I don't think there's any way that we can like bring them with for a potential sacrifice, but
There is also possibly the matter of my body.
oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
What do you want to do with that, Belanos?
I'm not aware of any burial customs that my people observe. I think Mickey and I are going to hold on to the skull, my skull, at least for the time being. But I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. Burying it doesn't seem. It seems like a waste of effort because I'm still here, but leaving it on the side of the road feels almost disrespectful. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be feeling right now.
You could always make a neat little pile of your bones by that shrine that you checked out. I don't know.
I don't know if I want to sacrifice myself to whatever.
Belanos Shall I dig you a hole? Respectfully.
I would appreciate that, I think.
Do I have a shovel?
Do you want rights to be
Rude's got a-
spoken?
Rude's got a shovel if you need one.
No, because I'm not actually dead. I think just
It's
burying
more
the...
symbolic.
Yeah, yes.
Speaking of which, Belanos, would you like to share with us what that's symbolic for? I know I would love to know.
What are you asking exactly?
I don't know.
Why is it symbolic to bury the dead?
I think it started possibly as more of a practical solution to a problem of disposing of rotting flesh that was a vector for disease and sickness, and now we do it as
So it's like a lantern festival or like a pumpkin festival or like what's that one holiday during the winter where they get all the things under the trees and the fat man comes and gives you stuff?
I'm not familiar with this custom.
What is this
Oh.
ritual?
What is this ritual?
Who is this fat man? Where does he get the things he gives?
It's what humans do. They're like it's a
Ah, yes, Rune, resident human expert.
Well, anyway, if we could just maybe throw my remains in a hole somewhere and try to keep track of roughly where it was in case I need them again at some point.
We're on the main road, and it's by the shrine. I think you'll be able to find it quite easily, luckily.
Why don't you guys, are you guys gonna like mark it with a stick or a rock or something?
I was gonna try to find some small rocks and kind of just like roughly make a star like the shape of my holy symbol.
Okay.
this is weird.
Why don't you draw a star on the map where you want your body?
Let's do it.
It's a pretty weighted thing to say, G.
Yeah, right? Jeez. Let's see here.
So your first time.
Yeah. I think far enough away from the main road that it's not gonna attract attention. So like maybe
You
just
can do it on the shelf, on the block.
yeah. I was gonna do it like up here, like
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Up
That's
where all
always good.
Nildas pounced.
bad star. Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, Shaska and you guys dig a hole. Belanos, I'm guessing you go up there too to oversee everything.
Yeah.
Bahinki is quite sad to be abandoned.
Oh,
Like grabs your leg a little bit, but you can easily walk away. Miki,
Pathetic.
sounds like you're going up there too, if I recall. And Rune and Onmedals, you guys chilling, yeah? Or are you gonna try and coax her to go see what they're climbing this cliff for? Or walking around, either way.
If it looks like she could be coaxed into a distraction, yeah, I'd go for it. Get her mind off of it a little bit.
Yeah, just does what you tell her to, mostly.
Perfect. We're gonna get a distraction.
All right. Everybody stand around the corpse.
once we lower the bones into the hole, and before I start putting the dirt back in, I'll say, to old friends and to new beginnings. And I'll give Belanos like the slightest side eye.
Oh, I wrote a song.
Inscrutable side eye.
Would you like to hear it?
I would like to hear it.
Belanos, once lost in the abyss, now back to life, a moment of bliss. Miracles do happen against the strife. Belanos, a symbol of renewed life.
That was lovely, Mickey. Thank you.
Oh, of course.
This is a
Yes.
very weird situation we're all in. I just want to say that. I think we all know it. I just want to call attention to it. It's weird. But thank you for trusting me, I suppose.
Who are we burying?
Me. Well, old me.
It's not symbolic.
It's not. It's
died.
literal.
He died. He's
This
back
is literally
now.
my
He's good
body.
now. This is
All
not
right.
a
Well,
joke.
this is
But this is
this
the gears are just going like it's not.
Don't
this is-
dwell on it. Just
it's
take
very
it at face
strange.
value, and we'll move on.
I'll
It's
explain
for
it
the
to you
best.
if you really want to know, but it's a
I
lot.
would like to know. I don't know what question to ask.
Maybe that's for the best.
Audible laughter from her in the background.
I will give her like
neither do I.
I will give her like a Cliff Notes version as we move on because I think everyone is ready to
Sounds good.
doodle.
So, do you generally tell her like, yeah, I got my brain eaten out the back of my skull, maybe, and then woke up in like an egg, or what's your? Do you give her like an actual rundown of the whole thing?
I'm just gonna tell her I made a bargain to be able to access greater knowledge, and part of that bargain was being reborn in a new form and discarding my old flesh.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, can you make more bargains?
I don't see why not, although I don't know what else I have left to give. That was literally everything, but I suppose the opportunity could present itself.
You have things still.
I suppose, but I don't know if I have anything left that I would
Could
part
I
with.
make a bargain too?
Absolutely not. Not this kind of bargain.
Oh,
Bargain with who?
Plus one cultist. Minus
yeah.
one cultist.
Who do we do the bargain with?
You can make
it-
a bargain with me.
You did this?
Oh no, not for this.
No.
I just if you wanted to make a bargain, I'll bargain with you.
Just any bargain.
Yeah.
Okay. What bargain?
You keep being amazing, and I will keep being amazing as well. But only if you keep being amazing. If you don't, then I'll feel bad.
Yeah, he's
But-
a little daft sometimes. What he's trying to say is he's fond of ye. And he didn't think through what he had to bargain.
I didn't think you'd go through with it.
I can't promise to keep being awesome, and I should not like your level of awesome to impact my own.
Oh,
But I will try to be awesome.
Well, you haven't stopped being awesome yet, so keep up the good work.
We're supposed to shake on bargains. And she
Yeah.
puts her hand out over the grave.
I'm gonna shake your hand then.
Now we're getting
Everybody
places.
feels a little like, that was weird. yeah.
A pact has been made.
Glad we could make my burial about you, Omnibus.
exactly.
upgrades, people, upgrades.
Nose is like, wait, where'd you get a
He
new
is a
new
patron
jacket?
now.
I want a new jacket. All right. So, you have an unconscious goblin down here. There's Bahinky who's like trying to catch up, but there's no way they're getting up this hill.
Oh yeah, they were like scrambling past the goblins as if they were coming for you, Belanos. I think they're fond of you.
Oh, well, that's,
Or they went to eat you.
well, they've already accomplished that
Best meal of my life.
in just 1 second.
How do I get seconds?
Either way, it's keeps him complacent, I guess.
What do you taste like?
I don't know. You're welcome to ask Bahinky
I won't-
or Squib.
Hey, Squib, what does your protector Belanos taste like?
You probably got Squib. So Squib doesn't speak the Commons. You hear like this awful noise in your head. Just like
Like someone stirring macaroni and cheese in your head.
exactly.
That's a really good description,
It's
and
great.
I hate it.
Even the little like chinks in the sides of the pan or the bowl you're using, just yep, all of it.
Yeah,
Dude, what the fuck?
never do that again. I'm gonna leave the talking to
Roll a history
Belanos.
check. Miki.
Oh no.
Do you remember?
DC 10. It's up to you if you actually guidance yourself. No? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the first time you remember hearing that sound. Yeah. Everybody else, including you as a player, knows this is not the first time you've heard this sound in your head.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've subtly dropped like, there's weird and shit. Yep. But yeah, there's been little weird macaroni sounds every once in a while in each of your minds. The only person who has noticed really is Bellanos. It just sounded like white noise that's weird.
Yes. Yes.
Huh.
So
Yeah. Go ahead.
it's how I was raised, it's customary to say a few words, burying somebody you're fond of.
But I'm not dead. I'm right. You could just tell me while we leave. You could just talk to me.
Miki's gonna put his hand up to Bellanos' mouth and just...
Oh god.
Well, not fun to repeating myself, so Bellanos, this is we're gonna have a lot to live up to if I'm there for your next death. If so there's different things to be saying then, but I've only known him a short amount of time, but he's really made an impression on me. He's quite frankly, I've stared wolves, bears, all manner of beasties in the jaw, but he scares me sometimes. I sometimes think about the crackling screams from when we broke binds when I rest, and you know that really stuck with me. He's the type of person I know I can rely on, and when day is dark, we have him. I know that's a little silly to be saying, but I just wish he wouldn't cook the things I want as pets. But
Omnidals is staring at Bellanos this entire time, just like...
Now,
Bellanos is just like...
all of that aside, he's one of the darn smartest folk I've known, and he's got mischief in his heart and hearts. And I like that about him, about you, but about him, and I'm glad he was with us and is with us here and now. Does anybody else want to say
You
some
have
words?
multiple hearts?
I think you've said enough for us all, Rune.
And on that fine note, there's a new note. There's a horrible yowling sound coming from the bottom of this hill.
To the slight incline.
Oh.
Yep.
Pinky.
just yowling sounds.
Pinky has separation anxiety. It's something fierce. Like,
Yeah.
Pinky needs medicated.
Oh no! Give Pinky some epithet. No, it's terrible. All right.
Oh, Bellanos hugs Rune really quick, and it's just like, that was very beautiful and also very awkward, but thank you. And then just starts walking down the hill towards Banky.
Well, now I
We-
want
we
to
can
die,
s-
but come back to life to hear what nice things you have to say about me.
You already did.
He did, and I did say nice things about you.
Well, I wasn't here to hear them.
Good. Not saying them again. I don't like repeating myself, and Rune will go after Bella. We can still talk on the walk, right?
Don't run off.
Omnidals shifts their gaze over to Shashka and Miki.
Still standing.
Am I supposed to say something?
Only if you
You want
to.
From down the hill, you just hear, "No, let's go!"
Oh, and she just kind of like hops, like, oh, let's go.
Omnidals, you know how to play any instruments?
Maybe? I haven't tried.
You want to?
Yo, dude, if you try and teach her a woodwind instrument, you might be finding that grave earlier than expected, my guy.
I will try.
Well,
Just go to the corner.
just
Watch
like-
out! Watch out!
And, you know, music really makes me kind of calm and in the moment. So, you want to try playing my little guitar here?
Oh, fuck.
Sure.
I'll need it back. Don't try to cast any of the spells on it. Just play it like a normal guitar.
I don't have any affinity to the arcane. Don't worry.
Oh,
Yikes.
okay then.
And she will try to play light instrument.
I'll help her.
You
Give
better.
her like some pointers to where.
You'd better.
It's a 6 on the die right now.
Yeah, I'll just kind of explain through, show her where some different chords are, different things. Teach her something simple like somewhere over the
Smoke
rainbow.
on the water, you know?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
She
You know?
ends up, this being the first time she's played a guitar, trying to hold her fingers while you told her to, and just literally going like deep notes to low notes. Just dun 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 dun.
It's a great start. You already
Okay,
know
boy.
how to hold it, and you know how to strum it. That's the hardest part.
Yes, holding objects.
My fingers move pretty well. And she's just going to fidget with that until you take it away.
Just as long as we're walking and not, on high alert, then I'll keep it. Let her keep it and just kind of walk through
Shaska's just
with
going to
it.
be like, give me the fucking... All right.
Maybe you're more affinity to the flute.
I don't know what happened. He just it was a terrible accident. He fell. He missed his
You missed, he stepped off the cliff. So I'll ask real quickly, do you want her to try and play your flute?
No, that was
Okay.
a joke to
Is there-
take a stab at Shaska.
Anything
This is
else you
awful.
guys want to do here?
I don't think her flute playing would
It would
Make
be
sense.
awful. It would be, I'm sure you all remember your first time blowing on a flute or a recorder.
podcast buns.
my
Yeah.
heart will go on.
Yeah. So
Yeah, no, I'm done here. As a player.
Cool. I'm just gonna assume, unless you correct me otherwise, Rune, you're gonna try and carry Bahinki again.
Yep.
I assume that as soon as you guys want to be quiet, you'll take the little tiny loot away from Amnildaz. Now, my question is, what are you guys doing? What's your next plan?
Are we killing that last goblin or just leaving him unconscious
we already
and brain
did.
damaged in the bushes?
Nobody's killed him yet.
Bruno
I'll do it.
probably have a small conversation with Shaska, like, yeah, it'd mean a lot to Omnildaz if we didn't. I also see where you're coming from. I stand behind either decision, and then just leave it up to you.
There's a chance that that creature is already beyond the point of saving. It
So-
could be a mercy killing, but
You could also just cut his tongue out.
Belanos, do you
I
care at
know it.
all about their health? Nope.
No.
He's not going to give you shit. So, all right. Just decide so we can move on. You guys killing this thing or leaving it in the bushes?
I'll leave it in the bushes because I know it's probably not coming back from the
Actually, real quick, roll me a survival with advantage, Shashka,
Remember,
Sure thing.
because your line of thinking would probably proc this thought quite quickly. We'll see.
And that is wow.
A nine,
nine.
not it's not a failure. You know that this much blood is attractive.
Yeah,
That's
very.
all you need to know.
Yeah,
You guys have seen it already.
Mhm.
I recall
Yeah, dude.
you had creatures scavenging.
shit just starts showing up.
Yep. In fact, there's already like birds showing up, just like, what the fuck you got here, guys?
We'll just. Perhaps we don't need to kill him. Perhaps Omnidos is right. Let's move on. And I'm just not going to say another word about it.
Cool.
Yeah, real give a nod. Move on.
All right. So my question to the party: where are you heading to now? Are you going up the road? Are you trying to veer off the road towards the camp? Are you going back to Nova? What do y'all want to do here?
My thought originally was that we were going to be moving towards the mine very stealthily. I think we have like 30 minutes or maybe an hour
You're-
left of road travel time to
Like
get
an-
to the mine.
Hour and a half away at normal travel pace. You guys hit this right in the middle of your walk.
Okay.
Originally, you were going to start stealthing when you were an hour away from the mine, and then you stumbled into this loud commotion before that. That was your original plan. Is that what you guys still want to do?
I trust
vote.
past me.
Yeah,
Guys.
I think it's our best bet for now. We
Yep.
still don't have a definite idea of where we're going.
Okay. Heading towards the mine. Anything, Miki? Any opinions to the contrary? Okay.
Nope.
Just roll me quick survival, Sheshka, and we will see.
Regular. That's a 6. Rolling
Okay.
very nicely.
Okay. And then what is Shashka's goal or ideal outcome on the way here? Is it just no interruptions, get smoothly to the mine? What's your
Yeah.
ideal? Okay.
That would be my ideal. Staying stealthed while we're embarking to the mine.
Okay.
We did talk about the folks that weren't super stealthy not trying to stealth, and the rest of us just being stealthed and tagging them.
Mhm.
I think that would do us well the rest of the way. How do you guys feel about that? I wasn't expecting to run into these guys when we did, so.
Yeah, I'd say it went pretty darn well anyways. Rune can be, middle of the road, all of you trailing, see what we can see.
And I guess if somebody asks you about your creature, you can say you caught it and that you're probably going to cook it up later.
Honestly, if somebody asks me about my creature, I can just tell them to fuck off. Like,
Yeah, that's always a thing you can do.
scary as hell. But also, yeah, it would not be dishonest for Rune to say she plans to cook and eat this. So, no deception checks needed there.
Okay.
Belanos over like, that sounded really genuine, Rune. Well, put your best foot forward, be the change in the world you want to see.
I don't know how we didn't come out of that with 9 goblin pets.
I do.
I know.
Yeah. There's sass in the background where he's like, I want a pet! And you not that
Well-
kind of pet.
Well, you did try to keep Stetcha as a pet.
I did not. I
Well,
was
it
talking
sort of
about-
seemed like that was the direction it was headed.
I was talking about the wolfies, and they cooked to death.
My favorite is when he would water him like a plant.
But they're done and buried, so that's behind us. And we can be putting better foots in front of us.
Okay.
So good.
Oh.
Cool. So you guys take the approach of, just to clarify, Shashka and Miki, you guys are in the brush adjacent. Omnodaz, do you want her out in the brush with you guys as well? Doesn't really matter
yeah.
too much, honestly. It's fine. And then Rune carrying Bahinki, Belanos on the road carrying a squib. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Sounds
Okay.
right to me.
Cool. And then you guys want this sweepy goblin to just be out here, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just do. That didn't work.
Does Omnidos have anything to say as we make a point not to kill him? Does she notice?
She definitely. She doesn't say anything, but she definitely does tune in and, like, just kind of watches the whole situation, pondering it. If somebody asked her a question, she'd probably speak up, but at this point, I'm also trying to get to the next thing.
Let's keep
I'm
going.
cool. I was just curious if she noticed, that's all.
Yeah, she
Well,
noticed
she-
for
she-
sure. She definitely. Well, that's the thing. Even if she is derp to der, she's always like just wide eyed.
Taking it in.
Her eyes are huge. She can't help it.
Exactly. It's just
Like,
that super peripheral vision, you know? Just
Yeah.
so you guys continue down the road. There's nothing a major incident, you know, a few animals darting through the brush along the sides of the roads here and there. It's only another hour and a half. Eventually you come to what you think is probably the road to the mine. There's just a little offshoot going to the east slightly. And you can even hear just kind of that iconic ting, ting kind of sound echoing through the trees.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like home.
Can I make a...
You can. This is just getting you on the map. So if you want to approach a different way, that's fine. I just want to. I don't have a.
Got it.
6 mile map.
Sure.
So there's this kind of like slightly windy, but not very windy, flat, wide dirt road. You can hear the ringing of metal. When you turn the corner, you can see a kind of like a fortified, barricaded cliff face with a huge
this is pretty sweet.
God, what do you call that kind of? It's like a log door, vertical logs. They're like 10 feet tall.
Is that a portcullis? No, not quite.
Can't remember the name.
I know what you mean.
Big log door.
Big log door.
And on the left and right of the door, the dwarves have built this kind of little half cover spots where they can be on high ground and high alert. Now, Shasky, you wanted to approach in a specific way or had a specific plan. What were you guys thinking? What you doing there?
We were tossing around the idea of Rune and Velanos going up while the rest of us that were staying stealth, hiding back in the woods and in the brush, watching and observing the interaction. We'd kind of have to know how big is the clearing around this establishment, and is there higher ground to look down on this establishment from in the distance?
Yeah. So the clearing is what you see. Beyond that, it is normal thick forest with, alongside the path. There is, they're kind of in this cliff face, and up on top of it, you could definitely get to higher ground if you climbed one of the taller trees. The other option, you could try and find a spot to climb up onto kind of the high back side of this and come back around of the rocks and the cliff and all that kind of stuff. Is it climbing to get like an advantageous assault position, or is it more just trying to climb up a tree and get a look?
I'm looking for scout activity. So I envision us hiding out with Rune and Velanos, going out there to make initial contact with the mine as a, hey, folks are on the road talking to the mine, while we're actively looking for scouts. We're actively looking for anyone who's triggered by the activity. And that's where the plan with Omnidos would have come into play, or if she transforms into a small bird and is looking for folks that are camped out, watching for this interaction, and then to report what is seen based on that, if anything at all.
So I just have a few questions here. For Omnidolls, you want her to turn into a bird and kind of fly around and see if she can see any goblin camps, any goblins, basically. That's the idea. Yeah. How far do you want her to fly away in her
Not
search?
Far. Really, just any visual distance,
like within longbow distance.
Longbow distance would be perfect.
Okay, all right, no problem. And then Rune and Velanos, you guys are still walking out in the open.
Yeah, we'll be.
Sounds like.
Yeah, we'll be making initial contact.
Okay, and then Miki, are you helping Shashka look around for goblin sign?
Yep.
Okay. So there's a couple rolls here. One last question. Velanos
Palisade.
and Rune. Yeah, Palisade style gate. That makes more sense. Velanos and Rune, besides walking up to socialize with this mine, are you guys doing any active looking as well? Or are you guys kind of focused on the mine? Leaving it to Miki and Chaska and Omnidas.
Rune can focus hard on the mine and take point in the interaction, Velanos, if you want to observe the surroundings. See what you can pick up.
I mean, I would definitely be looking around as we approach.
Mm-hmm.
My man sees everything.
Rune, you
Mhm.
still got a creepy road
Yes.
cat snake on your shoulders. It's fine.
It's a scarf.
Yeah, no. But,
It's a meal.
okay. So, let's
Goblin turducken.
do
Shit.
Oh my
this real
God.
quick. Got 3 goblins in there right now.
That is good eating.
Somebody
And
remind
it's good
me.
eating.
Somebody send a message in GM requests to minor goblin loot, something like that, so I
I
can
got you.
find their little table and figure out who had what, who was live, and who got looted and who got eaten. Who turned into paste from the top of a tree. So Belanos, let's have you roll perception. Shashka, I want you to do survival and investigation. Miki, are you doing the same thing as Shaska, really looking for goblin sign? Or are you looking
for signs of any kind of movement, anything that might be odd? Because
Are you looking for are you looking for real-time threats, or are you looking for signs that people were here? That's my
the
question.
latter.
Okay.
People were here.
You two will roll a survival investigation hybrid. I'm assuming Belanos should be looking for more active stuff. It's up to you if you want to look for sign as well.
Yeah, I think Bellanos is probably just looking for anything that seems out of the ordinary. Like, he's not super, he's not like a tracker like Shaska, so just anything that seems weird.
Okay.
Can I interject? I'm looking for folks that are currently spying or observing.
Oh,
the camp.
okay.
I'm looking for active scouts.
Then we
and
will
hope that-
switch you around to a perception investigation combo.
Okay, cool. But I'm cool with Miki. Do you want to look for signs while I look for scouts?
I found not shit. My guy already rolled.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
he rolled a tops 8 and 5 if he was guiding himself.
I am.
So perception and what?
Investigation.
All right. Oh, nat 20 perception, 14 investigation.
Okay.
Pretty cash money.
Get to
my
that.
Still
guy.
not as high as Belanos' passive.
You actually matched his passive with your net 20.
Look,
He rolled
look
a
with
26.
the lights.
You know. All right, and then gonna roll for Omnidals. So Omnidals turns into a falcon and goes kind of like, flapping fast through the forest and just tearing around, trying to find anything within longbow range of y'all. Let me roll this to GM. She rolled a nat 20.
Oh,
Okay.
watch out! Watch out!
Shaska, if you're fine with it, you climbed a tree. Is that fine?
Great.
Okay.
Yep.
Belanos, are you just kind of looking from... I'm just going to say you heard something. I don't know. Your elf ears. Up to you.
Posted in the wind.
I have an idea. Okay. Day away. It's all uphill. So what you... Belanos... Okay, I'm going to start with Shaska. Shaska, you climb the tree, and you're looking around. You're like, where are these? Is there any scouts nearby? And you can see, you're kind of on the low side of an incline. The hills kind of gradually go up as you go west from where your position is. And you can actually see the smoke of the goblin camp. You see it. It's directly northwest from here. Not only that, you through some of the little bits of the wind blows, you can see a couple goblins standing up, honestly kind of like these dwarves are, on some little watch spots and palisades, little spiked tops, and they're just looking out there. Belanos, you couldn't see much from where you are, but I'm just gonna say you can almost sense and maybe tap into some weird goblin chittering talk coming from that same direction. You're not hearing it, but you're hearing it in your head. You know where they are as well. And Omnidas, is flying and flying and then goes up and then just lets out like a screech and then flies right back down to you guys. Miki, you don't find any goblin sign in the immediate vicinity. Shaska, you don't notice goblin sign in the immediate vicinity. Belanos, neither do you, but you did see a little bit of unusual animal movement in between you and that camp. It seemed like maybe 6 hours away up the hill. Does that make sense? You spotted the camp directly between the camp and the mine, 6 hours up that direction. There's some type of activity disturbing the animals around.
Nice. So just far enough away from the from their camp, ideally, to fucking murk them.
And then you see Amnadell's kind of flying down. And then, God, what time of day is it right now?
It's probably mid-afternoon.
3 p.m., I think.
Yeah.
Roughly.
Yeah.
Something like that. Maybe 4. I'm trying to think how you would even see this. I think what you notice, Shaska, is it's not, you don't see what's happening in the camp, but you can tell there's some kind of commotion. Like the guards who are standing watch even like turn around for a moment, and there's like,
damn.
You know what I mean? Like there's some kind of commotion, and then like the guards eventually come back to their job of watching the surrounding. I hope that's good enough for your Percepes. You guys rolled pretty damn well.
Yeah, I'll take it.
You know what I'll give you, Shaska, with that nat 20 and your bandit tracking style thing that you have? You spot a nice route to get a nice route to just kind of get you close without being seen from those scouts up on their towers. They're not high towers, like 10-foot towers, but still a tower.
Yeah, sure. Little goblin.
Goblin tower. You know, here's my house.
That is 12 and a half feet of goblins.
That is a tipped over wagon, sir. This is my house. Okay, so
Let's go.
What I would be interested in doing in that regards, while they are having their conversation, like I'd
Stay
probably
planted.
let Mickey know, and then stay planted in there and just long-term observation, roll off that nat 20, watch for movements, watch for like deployments, creatures, these animals that are the flying animals, you know. I'm trying to get as much info as I can on like what are patterns and what we can use.
So you're getting some time-based data. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Nice.
If I could do the Baldur's Gate 3 voice for Belanos, I would. It'd be like, you listen for voices and look for goblins, but you see none. Instead, there's a pang of psychic energy pulling you in that... Just something dumb like that.
And then I kick the shit out of a squirrel.
Yeah.
You should totally listen to her bloopers on YouTube. They're fucking hilarious.
Oh my
Sounds
gosh, I will need to do that.
Another thing I really wanted to do and I forgot, and we should do it. Or at least Two Hands and I, who have seen the 90s Berserk, the fucking blurpers for that 90s Berserk Sad Boy. It was so good. Anyways, that's way too off topic, Brian. Get back to the game.
Need that though.
But
All right.
messing up my lines, but at least I'm hot.
So-
You think I'm hot, right? No.
Yeah, no. You guys, Shashka, you're staying in the tree. Omnildaz, comes back down and starts climbing the tree to get up to you, Shashka, in her little gnome form. Let's see how this goes.
I'm gonna sneak up that path
Just
that
dies.
he has.
Just combust.
All right.
I'm gonna sneak up the path that Shaska pointed out.
Oh
to
my
Nikki.
God, she nat one. No. One sec, Miki. I heard you. Omnildaz figured that she could climb up where Shashka got, and then there's just this gap of branches, and she's just stuck like halfway up the tree.
I'll drop her a rope, tie it off, See what she does. Be like, you don't have to climb up here. What are you doing? Just fly up here like a bird.
For some reason, she seems frozen.
Omnodaz is afraid of heights.
I think I should climb down.
Okay. I'll meet you down.
And she starts just like trying to make her way down. What ends up happening, one of the thicker, sturdy looking branches breaks. And she does fall.
Crap.
And she does bonk herself 40 feet.
Oh.
For
That's a bonk.
13 damage.
That's a bonk.
Dang.
She hits the ground hard. And just you hear this. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
We'll get you medical attention. That was a big one.
She's just
It's
laying there
okay.
for a minute, like, oh god, just stunned. She's just stunned for the moment.
I'm trying not to overreact, but like, fuck, that was a big fall. You know when your kid falls and you're like, don't make a big deal, they'll cry.
Yeah,
You're okay. You're okay.
yeah. She's self-soothing. All right. Everyone else. Miki, do you go rejoin with Rune at the gate?
No, I'm sneaking up the path that Shaska pointed out to me.
Okay. So,
You said there was like a straight open path that like he could sneak up to go.
to
What's the
clarify,
Hours.
Shashka spotted a pretty safe route to take to get up to the main goblin camp without their watchers seeing you.
I thought you meant here.
Not right this spot. The path starts, like on the other side of the road. If Shashka wanted to tell you about it and you guys made the plan, then for sure, you could go scout ahead. Real quickly between you two, you're within message range.
Not what I'm doing. I
Okay.
thought it was to sneak up on the mine.
Oh,
Just
No
to
worries.
sorry.
get
Yeah.
a.
There could be a
secret
good
sneaky
route
lurk.
around the rocks.
I mean, you
That's
could
okay.
definitely go around to like get on top of this kind of
I have
shelf.
no reason to. I
Okay.
just thought that's what he was pointing out to me was to go sneak up that way. But
yeah.
I misunderstood as
No
a
worries.
player, so I'll just
We'll get there.
hang out here still then.
Are you approaching the gate or are you hanging back? That's
Nope,
my question.
Hanging back.
All right. Are you like below Shashka's tree, or like what's the general idea? Are you near Omnidals who just crashed into the ground?
Yeah, honestly, I'll even just give her a little healing word.
Okay, that's
Oh.
nice.
Or
It's very nice. All right, Belenos. You looked around. You have like tingling. You're like, oh yes, that's probably Gabby's. Oh yes, farther away, that's probably Gabby's. With that, are you joining Rune at the gate, or are you hanging back? I will say, I advise you hang out with Rune.
That was the plan. I'm gonna hang out with Rune.
Okay.
I'll scooch up here.
I turn my phone off vibrate. All these Discord messages. Hold on. It's going. There we go. Okay.
This guy just got unlucky.
There we go.
Yeah, he just got real unlucky. In memes. He just gets fucking wrecked. That's on the bus, by the way, GM.
I will look at the memes later. I'm trying to focus.
Yeah, Rune's walking up.
All right, you walk up with your body bag scarf. Belenos with his squib in a bag. And then let me do a couple roly-polies here.
Twang, twang. No.
They definitely spotted that falcon that went "Wah!" and then flew down. All right. The rest of you, I'm not even going to have you roll stealth. I assume with your distance, 13 isn't going to be enough to pick you up. So, but they definitely notice Rune and Belenos. And as you guys come in within eyesight, they kind of do the classic like hand up so they can get the sun out of their eyes and give a good look at you.
Yeah, Rune will pause.
And Rune and Belenos, are you guys? Why don't you roll me perceptions first?
Sure.
Another set.
That will be a
Fuck!
I'll be a 1 GM. Not
Double
natural.
natty
Not
ones.
natural like Bellanos.
Double.
Listen,
I don't believe it.
Bellanos is built different, but
Woo!
joke's on you. The sun's in our eyes now. 2 suns.
Doesn't
Aim
the
her
sun
at
set in
shooting.
the west?
You fucking thought. No.
It's your world. You tell us.
Shit.
Hold on, is there any like metal like on the like the rocks are so bright the sun could like reflect off and just in a way that it just blinds them both?
Bellanos just
You know what?
his ankle eats shit. Like yeah.
Um,
I feel like a
I
swarm
like
of
that
gnats
idea, Mickey.
flying to Bellanos' eyes.
I like that idea, Miki. I'm gonna roll with that. What happens as soon as you come into eyesight and they're trying to get a good look at you? One of them, you just like, "Wonk," and this metal, shiny, but not like a mirror, like a metal mirror comes up and just directs the sun at you both. Just
Crowd suppression.
yeah, just cop spotlight real quick. Boom, just whoomp, sun in your eyes.
That is really bright.
Would
Are we under
you?
attack? What's happening?
And-
Um,
The light lowers, but you guys are still just like seeing just green orbs where
yep.
where you should be looking.
We're allies and companions to the
Oh my
Hope
God.
of Nova.
If Miki would have got hit with that, he would have been so
Bro.
screwed.
He's good.
He's not, the eyes don't hurt anymore. They're
Dude,
gone.
he just go catatonic. Like,
Anyways, you guys can't see who's up on these little fortress spots, but they get a real good look at both of you.
cool.
Rune and Bellanos. I can't do the accent I want right now. I'm just going to talk. We heard you might be coming up this way.
Aye, got work that needs doing. We're not one to dally.
Are you just checking it out? Coming to see what the big thing is?
Seeing what we can learn. Figured we could have a little bit of a talk.
We're a
Our
bit
boys-
busy to be talking, but you can come on in. Where are your
Yeah.
friends?
Doing some scouting. Like I said, we're working.
Okay. So, one of them comes down and they open the gate, let you guys in.
Cool.
Definitely give you like a. I'm not going to ask what the fuck is going on with that kind
yeah,
of look.
Straight faces it the entire time. Like, oh,
Yep.
We were told you're weird.
We got the rock pretty close. We don't want to bring it any closer to the mouth with them little greenies running about.
good. We're hoping to be solving that here soon. Here soon. Can you tell us anything about their camp? Anything we might not know?
It's up that way. He just kind of points generally in the northwest. Old mine we used to have, ripped all the iron out of it, collapsed it. There's still a couple chambers that weren't easy to collapse, so we didn't. Seems like the greenies aren't really in there, though. They're in the old camp.
Old camp. So, you can be telling us about the fortifications then. And we've a bit of new.
Tore most of them down. I think they just kind of used the foundation.
Ah,
Scraps. It's not a real fort.
greenskins. Now,
Do you have any indications about the numbers?
We've seen at least a score, so you can assume double. They got something flying around.
3 somethings. We're hoping to be asking you about that.
What do you mean,
You know-
3 somethings?
3 somethings. We caught a small band of theirs. Got some details. Now, what do you know about creature with bat-like wings, leathered and furled? Primarily fly at night, a spiked tail, fur, 4 legs.
That's a
Strange.
manticore. Both of them on the die, 16 and 17. They both in unison. Manticore from...
Get around and roll something to like pin that.
to what?
To pin what the fuck a manticore is.
Yeah,
I
nature.
just don't. Nice. Nice. Let me see.
I
Nature's
would
gotta
also
be
like
12.
Go ahead. You can roll nature too, Billy.
Got it.
Please, Billy.
I can find it.
I believe in you, Billy Willy.
What about? How do you feel about history? If I've read about these.
Nature.
How
Well, if you insist.
do you feel it?
I'm sorry.
4.
Shit. Not in your. Not even relevant to research much at all, ever.
Fair
Belados.
What's a 12 get me?
A 12. You just know
probably
what you just
vague.
know legends from your dad and from other peasants.
Perfect.
You know,
That's
they're
all I need.
big old bat cats that eat metal and tear people apart, and they talk kind of funny.
All right, cool.
Yeah, basically.
Told they have a family of them. 3 to be exact. 1 real big one. Sounds like maybe a youngling, and 1 not as big. Manticores.
If these creatures can speak, they must possess some sort of intellect. Can they be reasoned with? Can they be persuaded to, if not change sides, at least?
Oh, absolutely. If you have something they want, they'll stick around until you don't have it anymore, or until they throw a fit.
Oh, what do manticores want?
They mainly want to eat.
Oh.
They want to eat metal and flesh.
Hmm.
Particularly juicy, bloody flesh.
We can be doing that.
We could offer them a camp full of goblins if they agree to just stand down. They don't have to fight for us, they just don't have to fight us.
If the goblins told them what we got in this here mine, that explains why there's more than one manticore.
Aye.
They might or might not be a family, but it's a big enough meal that they could share it.
There's still 3 of them. Ah, damn. And I was hoping I could make one of them a pet, too. Manticores don't make good pets, do they?
I've heard that some folks can come to an agreement until, again, they don't have an agreement anymore or they throw a fit.
Nah.
Volatile
fit.
beasts.
Now that we can be using. Do you know anything that sets them off?
Most things.
Good.
That is the definition of volatile.
Exactly, just look at them crossways, you know.
Doesn't get most pulp orange juice.
Exactly. Killing his entire camp.
All right.
Anyways, as we get you inside, just walk through the middle rail there, and one of the other boys will show you in.
If you see a bird, don't be shooting it. Should be.
The little falcon.
Yeah, sounds like her. A new one in our companion.
It wasn't Lavoie's.
No, wasn't LaVois. It's a new member of the half-breed Chainbreakers.
The what?
Real helpful one. The half-breed Chainbreakers. Name of our group.
Ah.
We'll start moving towards the entrance. Rude's not gonna, yeah.
Yes.
It's interesting that Lavoie's Falcon gets out here.
Oh, they haven't been in a while since the big one's been spotted.
Reasonable.
Whoopsies.
Oh, it's a manticore.
So you guys walk in. It takes an extra moment for your eyes to adjust, having them been blasted directly with sunlight moments ago. Basically, you get led through this mine, effectively blind, until you're where you were being led to. Just give me 1 second here. Where did I put it? Shit. Did I make it a handout? Is that what I did? I think that's what I did. Give me a second here. Thought I had a whole.
Bold approach. Let's see if it pays off.
Thought I had a whole thing. Oh no.
To draw hell.
Yeah.
No, I worked hard on this. Don't you take this from me.
Well, while you're looking, let me ask my fellow party members: I apologize if this has already been explained to us, but do we know why this rock is special specifically, or is it something we can ask the guards about?
You are
I think
about
we know that, yeah.
We're
to.
probably gonna see. Outside of being fucking massive.
Probably like mithril
It's
ore,
19
or like
tons of
adamant.
pure jade.
So,
Oh, is this a meteorite? Yo.
yes.
Yes, that big metal stone that weighs over 34. This is star metal.
Belanos,
Gromril. No?
you immediately recognize that this is the largest meteorite ever recorded. Actually, it's not been recorded. It's a Ferris meteorite. Actually, you know what? Roll me investigation with advantage. Just off the cuff here, that as your eyes adjust, and while I go find my notes. It's not bad.
Or 16, if you're feeling generous.
You can do a guidance for sure. That's fine. Just let me go find where I put my notes.
Meteorites are so cool, man.
I like them
We've
a
got some
lot.
awesome ones at the Smithsonian the Natural Science Museum, I think.
That's a real meteorite that I photoshopped into a cave.
That's cool.
It is the actual largest meteorite ever found on Earth. Let's
Wow,
see.
which means it was a lot bigger when it hit the atmosphere.
Yeah,
Oh, for sure.
That's cool.
I think maybe it's here. Aha! I found it. I think. No, I didn't.
Big stone.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm glad Bellanos is there. Shaska would have been like, yeah, it's big rock, whatever. Damn rocks.
Hmm.
Damn birds want to eat our damn rocks.
Yes, starfall ore.
Is this the Willamette meteorite?
I think so, yeah. It'll be in like a cool sci-fi looking room with like a metal bar around it.
Yep.
Yep, that's the one. I just copied everything from that. That's what this is.
It
So
looks
that's
very
what
cool.
I'm trying to find in my notes, and I don't know where I put them today. I apologize. But I'll have to find those later. But basically, yeah, in general, it's a Ferris meteorite, mainly iron and nickel, and there's a bunch of other cool metals that you can pick up on. It's got that kind of cool, like almost triangular carbon-looking pattern from the tempering when it entered the atmosphere. Not to a super large extent, but it's definitely there.
Very cool.
This is an incredible... This could rewrite the history of the way our world formed as we understand it. This is an incredible discovery.
Yeah, yes, it is. And no one really knows this is here. I suspect that there will be many folks who are very interested in this rock. From what we've gathered, we've done some poking around trying to learn about it. It seems it was actually placed in this mine at one point. It didn't land here. So far as we've gathered, the elves would want to take it, maybe by force. Apparently, some folk used to worship this thing. Whether it's the elves, we're not sure, but they probably won't be happy with what we're going to do to it.
What are you going to do to it?
Well, that'll be up to the king. It's a gift. Well, it's kind of his claim, to be honest, but we're getting a good reward.
Oh, but you're not intending to like melt it down, or
He just kind of like, more likely, maybe he'll fashion some armaments out of it. If he doesn't just leave it as is. I mean, it is very interesting metal. He might display it as a grand trophy to the Kingdom of Haladur, or he might turn it into a new suit of armor.
well,
Jesus.
once we've explained the significance of something of this magnitude to him, I'm certain he'll see reason.
Oh, but imagine
how
the
to
suit of
hold it on
armor this
film.
could make. Slaps meteorite. This baby can hold so much potential.
This is a page of cosmic history. You
And
can't just.
imagine how hard it would hit if you swung it right.
Well, yes, very odd. But that's not the point.
Well, if you turned it into something pointy, it would be.
But it shouldn't be turned into anything. It should be preserved.
Ah,
We
Served
tested
in
the
the form of
metal.
a sword.
This metal's very nice.
oh yeah.
It shies away most picks.
Oh. Oh.
Belanos
Yeah.
just... I love the expression Shuck has. You're totally in Belanos' head right now. Just like, what? Just flabbergast. That's what you have right now.
Do all of you mind? I have a pick on me. Just a small piece.
We absolutely mind. Yes.
Nah, shies away most picks. Yeah, that's not our job. You're right. But
I suspect if you be trying to take a piece of the most ancient, biggest meteorite
Not
that's
trying
ever
to
been
take a
found in all of
piece.
Nikoso,
quit your line of thinking. Not even crossing me mind that.
they're like
Maybe
getting a little spooked. Like, are we gonna have to fight in here?
No, Rune is like, what the fuck? That's a misunderstanding. No, what I'm saying is I'd love to be there if they decide to be doing something with it.
Well, you're
It's like
supposed
a-
to be bringing it down there, right?
Aye. That's the job, to deliver it.
Then why don't you ask real nice when you get there? Not up to us.
Real nice. But the manticores. Always fundamental those ones. Be good to be taking care of them first.
Found all the notes. It was in the handout if I scrolled down in my gym notes.
Hey,
I said to scroll down. I'm tired. All right.
we'll see what we can be doing about the green skin cab.
Let's see.
Wouldn't be good to be moving this with those winged creatures about.
I'll give you one thing, Belanos, with the 16 on your investigation. Just based on everything you've picked up, you know that this is over 10,000 years old. It's been more than 10,000 years since it hit. That's a big deal. That's an old rock. Okay. Oh, look at that. What dimensions. Yep. It's 10 feet tall, 6.5 feet wide, 4.5 feet, or 4.25 feet deep, and made of a bunch of iron and nickel, cobalt, phosphorus, blah, 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 blah. There we go. Even has some iridium. And it's the Windmanstaten pattern. Cool. All right. So the dwarves here, they're letting you like bask in the rock. They're proud of it.
Yeah.
They're proud that
Yeah.
they found it. They're proud where they have it staged. Took a lot of ropes and pulleys to get this far.
I can't even imagine. Can I just like lay my hand on it and just?
Yeah. You can feel like all the little dimples from the tempering process and the heat where this thing had turned semi-liquid on its way down.
Imagine what this rock has seen in the cold void of space before it ever came to rest on our world.
Never thought of
Probably
that.
nothing. It's a rock.
You're not here.
Vanish. Damn.
Belanos
Bruno-
just imagining the cosmos, all these nebulas.
Rune is gonna put a hand on it and try and budge it a little bit. It's a little.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah, no.
Yeah. No.
Like the rocks beneath your feet will move. This is 34 tons.
Yeah.
And they have it like, it's not secured, but it's like roped in a way where no one's gonna like get killed by it, you know?
Because it would.
Yeah.
Like shift slightly. Like, sorry, your leg's gone.
Yep.
Don't know what to tell you.
I mean, did you want me to? You could just stay here and watch it for a while if you're interested. I'd heard that you were into the stars and stuff like Lavoie.
I am. In fact, I don't know. Rune, do you need me for anything? Or?
To clap on the back. I'll go check in with the boys. Yeah, you be waiting here and see what you can be discerning.
I do want to. If they're gonna leave me here, I do want to. What's the thing with the where you ritual cast detect magic just for funsies?
I cast carbon dating as
Yeah.
Exactly.
I cast radiometric dating.
Yo, let's go. Yeah, I'd probably just be relaying information with the party as kind of a in between right now. With
Cool.
Rune.
All right. So you, just to clarify, Rune, you like exit and you're going to go out and find everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, they'll let you out, no problem. And then
Psych! No.
Belenos, ritual casting detect magic on the big rock, correct?
Yes. Well, on me, but then
Oh
looking at the
yeah,
rock.
and then looking at the rock. Yep. You do notice one of the dwarves has like a minorly enchanted pick that does pick up. He picked that up, huh?
Got him!
This was something I hadn't decided yet, but I want you to end up deciding for me. Roll a d100.
It is magical.
That is a 93.
It's very magical,
It radiates magic.
but it's not the whole rock. There seems to be a couple strangely shaped pockets deep in the middle of this rock that are irradiating magic. I don't want to go look up what types of schools they are unless you really want me to right now. But there is magic.
No, you don't. You don't have to do it right now. But maybe if you get some time, you can just DM me.
If somebody GM requests me that as well, if you don't mind, at Discord. But yes, there are 3 magic pockets trying to almost vibrate their magic out of this thing, but it's like they're in it. They're not doing anything, but they have potential. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I think so.
raw magic power.
Would you be able to tell me like roughly how large they are? Like,
Sure, yeah. They'd each of them be almost the size of a forearm, in roughly the same shape.
Perfect. Very cool. Okay. I think I will spend whatever time I'm left in here until Rune comes to fetch me.
He's just gonna be in here like, oh my god.
I want to sketch the meteorite and like kind of try to draw like where I'm seeing the things inside of it.
Cool.
Yeah, dude, there's gonna be an elf down the road going through your journal like 150 years from now, and you're gonna start like a war.
I'll start my own religion.
There you go. All right. So, Belenos is in there. The dwarves don't mind. That like even a couple of them are still just like beaming with pride. Even the fact that like Belenos, this learned scholar priest, is taking such an interest in the rock. They're like, yeah, we do good. We're doing good work here.
Yeah.
Rune, you go out. You eventually find your party. Miki has healed Almudaz for most of their fall damage. And they do brush themselves off eventually, but they certainly had the wind knocked out of them, maybe some cracked ribs before they got healed. And Shaska up in the tree, keeping an eye out for movement, activity, changes,
Nice.
kind of thing. What is the next move for your party? Even if you just chill here for hours, what is your next move?
I say we make way for that camp.
I would like to take a rest before we go that far. Get my spell slots back. It's only 4 hours for myself.
That works with what I would like to do, because I would like to observe the flying patterns of these creatures. Do they come out when dusk shows up and just watch them where they go and follow them? Like, do they go respond to the bloodbath that we created down the road? Like, I want to see their threat range, what they're
Oh, that's
respond
cool.
to. And, like, if they seek out or sniff out metal, because that could play into some strats that we might use if we actually can fake them out, or if they can smell the good stuff. These are all questions that I really can't answer unless I at least...
You gotta watch for some
observe
hours.
them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. So,
Nice.
Miki, where do you want to do your rest? Do you want to go join Belenos in the cave? Do you want to chill out here with your buds?
Yeah, I'd probably go into the cave and just sit with Belenos.
Okay.
This is gonna
Before
talk
I
your
do,
ear off.
well, not super deep. How far into the cave is the rock from like the entrance right here?
It's a few minutes in there. Like,
Okay, then I'm gonna sit on the edge of the cave, keep the light.
Okay.
I would like to try and. Oh, it's like 3 p.m. You said.
I mean, at this point, let's call it 4.
Once it gets a bit later in the evening, if Shaska's gonna watch for the thing, like 8 or 9, I'm gonna try and pulse into the ethereal planar astral Mushi world to try and find Ginkgo.
Okay. All right. So, Miki, you're doing a meditation right outside here until about 8 p.m.
Now my question is, since I don't sleep for my meditation, can I still meditate while I have the Gutbuster in me?
Yeah, I'll allow that.
Okay.
You're lucky that you have that. Otherwise, yeah, it would be like you'd be wired on caffeine and couldn't sleep. You'd have insomnia. I will say it's going to be a little difficult to meditate given everything that's going on. I'm going to have you roll me a con and a wisdom. The main reason for this, the horrible pain in your eyes from the sun, and just all the interesting dwarves running around. Like, there's a lot of interesting things happening.
Yeah, and I am going to be trying to meditate with my eyes open.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So roll me a con save and a wisdom save.
Con save is a 9, and the wisdom save is a 12.
Okay. 12, you end up getting into your meditation. The con, you struggle to keep your eyes open in the pain. You have a choice with that 12 wisdom. You can take some radiant damage and keep your eyes open, or you can close your eyes.
I'll take the radiant damage.
Roll me 1d6.
This is off my restored hit points I'll get?
Um,
Or currently?
This is... It's a good question. It would be off at the end of your rest. You'll be minus
Nice.
1d6.
6 again.
Okay. You're basically just going to be where you're at.
Yep.
Cool.
Just reset my spell slots.
Yep.
Hey. Good call.
Rune, is there anything in particular you're trying to do during these 4 hours?
Shaska, are we only doing 4, or are we doing long rest proper? I don't need one. I'm just asking how long we want to be here. 4, we can still get to their camp probably like before dusk, you know?
I think it would depend on what we see or what we don't see.
Yep. I'm going to have some rolls for Shashka to see what he chances by in the next 4 hours for sure. What
I
I'm
think we should
case-
check in after 4.
I'll
And
say I'm
go over
preemptively
findings.
resting, just kind of out with Shaska right now, GM.
Okay. So, the way that this would look, Shaska's at the top of the tree, Omnodos is at the base near you, Rune, and I'm just imagining you basically just leaning against a log or a tree, and
Yep.
and then what are you doing with Behinky?
Huh? There's Fellow.
You
Okay.
can leave him with me, or that's good too.
What I want you to do, Rune, is roll me a snuggle check, aka a grapple. Can you nab this creature for your nap?
17.
All right, Behinky. Let's see.
Like, no.
See if Behinky can get the fuck out. I'm gonna roll this one publicly.
Sure.
You know those pillows
Just a
where you can just
10.
fluff around them to just the right spot, where you can just shift around all the little goblins.
All the goblins, yeah.
Oh no.
There's a scene in Norseman that reminds me of. They're just like they make couches out of dead bodies.
Like,
Perfect.
So yeah, Behinky doesn't like it, but you don't really give them a choice.
They don't
He
know.
Um,
needs to be happy to be alive.
Pinky doesn't know that.
Pinky's a weird cat eel snake, man. Like the key there is cats. But I digress. All
The
right.
brain
Yeah.
seems to be mostly cat-like. The brain you know is there. So Belanos is in there doing his research. If you want to roll Belanos, you can. You've got so much time. I'm not worried about it. You can take as many notes as you want. You can sketch whatever you want. If you want to roll, that's for your fun.
I think the sketch is all I'm really concerned with. And then I don't know. Would you guys check in with me and let me know what's going on so I could possibly meditate as well?
Yeah, I imagine we relay. I mean, I even said that Rune at the beginning would be relaying information until we come to a decision. So yeah, you'd be caught up. And
Just imagine. Good question, Shaska. I can clarify that. So yeah, Rune basically tells you like, "Yep, Minky's resting outside. We're gonna watch and see if we can see any goblins or BFDs. We're gonna watch for a few hours. Have fun. Good luck. I'm gonna take a nap out here with Almandals and Bahinki."
Kill HF.
Yeah. Almandals. If you did, so you ask Shaska, you ask Almandals like, what the fuck did you see, right? And she explains that when she was up high, she saw the camp. And she saw there was goblins, and they were walking all around. And for a moment, they were distracted. She also says that, like, over there, up the hill a bit, you can assume that's like the area of disturbance. She caught sight of at least 10 moving small forms.
Nice.
Could be more, could be less. Or couldn't be less, but could be more.
Okay. And did this happen to be near the bridge, the plank bridge in the cave?
The plank bridge is at the actual fort. That's where the people are standing watch. The movement of the 10-ish small forms was that kind of 6 hours away up the hill spot that I was talking about before.
Okay.
She also mentioned they were being very sneaky. Like a 21 stealth.
Wow.
Those are the scouts. They actually rolled 21. And I was like, too bad you guys didn't get 22.
Ah.
That's nuts. So the scouts that were in the area?
The scouts, you can assume that 6 hours up the hill are the scout activity that the dwarves have been talking about. That's probably the band of brazen scouts keeping an eye on the mine.
Okay.
They're up the hill. They can climb trees and peek down.
Understandable. Clarifying question. The movement, did it look like they were returning to camp, or just like we're here, we're shifting, we're watching, we're 6 hours away?
Yeah, that's the last. They're just kind of like trying to keep a good line of sight, trying to stay in the shadows, that kind of a thing.
So over the course of my monitoring, counter spying, I want to know, do they do shift change? Do they send people back individually? Or are they just there until they see something and then report? So that's what I'm interested in seeing, and if they have mounts, and if they have aerial support. Like, I'll get a lot of info, but those kind of the things that I'm looking for first.
Yeah, so they have no mounts that you can see. If they're mounts, they're underground or something, right? They do shift around a bit. You did see a few times where it looked like maybe a few of them run back. It looked like every once in a while a couple goblins like split off but come back pretty quickly. It's hard to tell if they're like checking something out or taking a break or relieving themselves or what. But there's been times where a couple of them break off. Nobody is making moves closer to the mine at this point. You also know that they have been watching this mine for months. At this point, I think I said like 3 months or something.
Yeah, it's been a while.
So they're looking for abnormalities at this point, more than anything. You can.
Do they have a clear sight line on the road and on the main gate?
They have obvious sight lines on spots of the road, and they can definitely see the front gate and the back entrance from where they're at up the hill. this basically where Miki's at. They can see Miki if they had a spyglass.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So they'll definitely see us coming in for sure, and they'll see us leaving.
Not necessarily.
Oh.
Something I didn't make clear. That route you spotted can take you around these guys.
Okay. If we pulled in the cart, they'll definitely see the cart. Oh, fuck
yeah. They'll see the cart leaving Nova. They'll see it, like, pulling out of the driveway. They'll be like, it's time to go!
Dude, that's right. It's big enough, man. You can just see it for days.
Yep.
So that's good to know, too. Okay.
Your battle prowess and just knowledge of bandit-style tactics, you can guess the first scout wave comes in here to slow you guys down enough time for everybody to come in. Yeah. That looks to be what they're staging. Or have staged, honestly.
Yeah, dude. 3 months.
But you also notice that there's not a bunch of goblins running around here, probably because dwarves will kill them.
Yeah.
Besides
while
the
they
downhill
have a good
racing.
line of sight, they also have a good line of sight. The dwarves do so.
Yep.
I'm happy with that. While they're resting, do I see any aerial activity?
You will roll me. What was I going to have you roll? You're going to roll me 3d6.
Okay. 12.
So you get a 4, a 2, and a 6. So up until 8 p.m., you don't see any BFDs. It's not dusk yet, but the sun is getting lower. The shadows are getting longer, but the sun is still technically up. It hasn't quite fallen behind the ridge of the hills. I hope that makes sense. It is summer.
The shadows are getting long.
Yep, shadows are getting long. You can see like that shadow line going up the mountains, higher and higher and higher. But it hasn't quite. The peaks are still illuminated. So, unless there's anything else anybody particularly wants to do, the 4 hours go up. Miki, you got your long rest in. You took your 1d6 radiant damage to your eyes. They sting. They feel dry. They feel unhappy. They're screaming at you. You're gonna go blind! Shashka's got his intel. Amnaldaz just kind of stood there watching Rune and Bahinki.
It's 8 p.m. though.
It is 8 p.m. and Belanos, you've had 4 hours to research this thing, which just doesn't feel long enough, but, up to you what you do. So, check-in time. What's the plan? Just imagine relay can happen. I don't want to RP relay.
I would like to try and contact Ginkgo. 8 p.m. He'd be probably setting down about this time.
Okay. Con, wisdom, charisma combo.
Con, natural 20.
Cool.
Wisdom, 4. Fuck me.
Okay.
15 for charisma.
Okay. So your body feels ready to go into this place. Your will feels ready to go into this place. Your intuition is telling you not to, though, for some reason. It just doesn't feel right. It's up to you, though.
Fuck it, I'm going.
Okay. So Miki goes into the place, and I will come to that soon. Did you tell them that was what you were going to do?
Yeah, I assumed, I was relaying, like, hey, I'm going to go see if Ginkgo, since I couldn't yesterday.
Okay.
Real quick, I'll be like 5 minutes.
Cool. Anyone else doing anything in particular at this point?
No.
Or any particular relays or anything? I
would ask Omnidos to keep an eye out as well with me.
Sorry, I was reading something. I heard, does someone need to keep an eye out with?
Second pair of eyes for me.
My eyes or animal eyes?
Whichever one would be better suited for spotting things at dusk and nighttime.
Do I have to look with eyes?
No, you don't.
Oh, okay. I find that the canines are good at smelling, the cats are good at hearing, and the big flappy flying bat is good at locating, even when it's very dark. Do you have a preference, or should I just do what sounds nice?
Oh boy.
Basically,
Don't wanna make
wolf,
the
cat,
big
or giant
target.
bat.
Yeah. I don't want to reveal the giant bat. Ace.
It's probably,
let's do
it's probably a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Cat can help me pinpoint where I should be looking with her hearing.
Do you have a preference how far I go this time?
Stay close to me if you can, if it's beneficial. If you can still give me that information and point me in the direction of where you hear things. Maybe move your ears back and point towards the sound that you hear. I'm looking for the sound of flapping wings.
Okay.
Or chittering goblins if they're in any direction other than, and I'll just point at the scouts.
So you want me to listen and look for other goblins than the ones we've seen? And the big
Yes.
things. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I will do my best.
That's all we can do.
Wow, that's a really good roll, Belenos. I just checked your table. I'm going to message you what this means.
People brains.
Yeah, okay, easy there. Nah.
Oh, look at these little guys. What is this thing you posted, Alu? And GN memes? So cute.
Those right there are Adeptus Mechanicus.
Oh, wow. They really took some liberties here.
Yeah, though that's
Cute liberties.
though that's a cat, and it's eating Pisquette.
Man.
Just imagine it, stream. Imagine it. Got Belenos written all over it.
I was like, are these Jawas?
They could also be Jawas. The color scheme is about what they got. The tubes.
Yeah, that's one of the best things on that table you just got. It'd be really funny if you interacted with a particular party member with that.
I know.
Belenos just
Things are happening in caves. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
I worry. I too like to worry sometimes. I dabble in the chronic anxiety.
I dabble in the chronic.
He's just leaving there.
Anxiously.
Yes. Okay. So let me do some omnidos roly-poly wolies. She actually has some advantage in this form. Fuck, that's a good roll. And then why don't you, Shashka, roll me another active perception. You already know where those ones are. You're not re-rolling for them. Oh, what's up?
Is she proficient in perception?
Oh,
in her
yeah.
Cat form.
Oh,
So
yeah.
then would I have
She's
advantage
proficient.
on this if she's locating or pointing me where I should be looking?
You can have a choice here. You can
Okay.
have advantage on your roll, or she can roll and you can roll. She has
I think-
advantage on perception regardless of what form she's in.
I'm down with her
Or
having
proficiency.
her roll,
That's what I
and
mean.
I'll have my roll.
Cool. She rolled a 28.
Whoa!
I'm
Fuck yeah.
sorry. Nah.
And I rolled a 19.
Nice.
Not bad.
And just to clarify, you're looking for BFD and different goblin movement. Okay.
BFD primarily. If she points out goblin activity,
Mhm.
I'm also interested in that.
Cool. So, Again, I know I keep checking on this. And Rune, is there anything in particular you're trying to get a long rest in, right? You're just going to snooze until you get
resting.
kicked? Cool.
Yep.
All right. And then Belanos, you eventually shifted to a rest. Miki, we'll get to you soon, don't worry. I'm just trying to get the stage set here. Okay. Miki. So your get said, not the right time. Your body's like, fuck it, I'm ready. Let's go. I want to go to the theme park. And you feel like you have the will with your charisma enough to do it if you'd like. So against your gut, which actually makes you feel a bit nauseated. Your eyes feel nauseated. It's not a great feeling. But you do end up diving down into the blackness with the squiggle creatures and things. I must ask, before you did this, did you use your new ability?
You're muted.
You're muted, but...
The Geomancy Glare?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I assume he will be laying next to one.
That's a good assumption. Not to say he is or is not, but he would be.
Yes, neither to confirm or deny, as yet.
When you cast that, which if you want to share it with the group, you can post it in chat.
Yeah.
You
I
look,
can detect the closeness of ley lines.
Whoa.
you basically get this like almost like a pulsing of veins you can see branching down through the mountains, almost like rivers and roots throughout the entire area here, this bound mound. There's a really high concentration of these ley lines here. And you can see there's almost too much noise. It's like an X-ray vision of these ley lines within a mile. But you can tell they kind of get more intense the farther to the west and north that you go, deeper into the bowl. You can see that there's a ley line actually fairly close to the road here. It's not on the road, but it's not that far away. Kind of semi-adjacent, crossing up the mountain like a reverse river. So I'm assuming you're going to try and head towards the closest one when you go under. Does that sound right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 15 charisma. It's not a perfect flight, but you do find your way to this river of light. My question for you now, with this low wisdom, you're feeling very drawn to it, as you were last time and the time before. It's intoxicating, like a moth to a flame or a moth to the moon. Now, Miki, you're feeling this. You're feeling these urges. You're feeling an actual, like a current of force trying to draw you into this river. What is your move? What is your intent? What are you trying to do here? I know you're looking for Genko, but...
Well, last time I was in here with Veyron, I just called Genko out. My body started flying towards him.
Yes, you rolled rather high as well, I believe.
Yeah. So my first thing is to flip on my back to reduce the urges while I'm flying, like Ginkgo does.
Yep.
And then I'm just going to call out to Ginkgo and see where my body takes me.
Roll me another charisma.
That is going to be 20.
Whoa.
Dirty.
20 is not bad.
Dirty.
What ends up happening, and it's hard to really tell exactly how much time and space is passing while you're in here, but you do start kind of like you're drifting closer to this thing. You're like, no, I'm going to look up. And it's that similar look where you're almost looking through like a veil, a shadow of the surface of the quote, real world up above you where you are right now. Your spirit is in the earth right now. If like someone was like, put his body where his spirit is, you'd be in the ground. You're floating maybe 50 feet above this river of light, following it pretty closely until eventually, as your body keeps traveling, kind of head first, hands behind the back, you find yourself looking up like 100 feet above you there's footsteps on the surface. Roll me a perception with disadvantage. It's very hard to make it out.
Percepi 8.
You can tell it's a humanoid walking with a long stride, and they have a big wooden box on their back.
Well, I know Ginkgo's a human, so I'm gonna go to it.
Roll me-
See if you can see my spirit.
Roll me another charisma save.
That's a 26, not a 24.
Damn. You want to go to Genko. I
Yeah.
think I have a picture for this somewhere. Give me a sec. Right?
The dice are like, he must find Ginkgo.
Just give me one sec here. Go to the Mushi folder. Ah, yes.
Mushi.
This picture is great. You do end up kind of popping up and out. And you're on the surface. You're no longer looking through this obscure, opaque earth, this strangeness. Again, squiggles everywhere. Just always imagine the squiggles. I'm uploading a picture now.
Reminds
And-
me of an astigmatism.
Sticky tizzies. All right. And here is what you catch. You see a man walking, almost trailing this light behind him. Mushi trailing behind him like he's a piper leading rats out of a city. Just always trailing, coming out of the woodwork, coming behind him. Flocks of Mushi like flying, fluttering around him. And he's walking briskly into the waning night, or the waning light as night's starting to fall, to the south. Again, you see the iconic white hair. You know that haircut. You know that back of the head. You've seen that back of the head before. And he's carrying a heavy wooden box, and he's having to like hold it with both of his hands as he goes.
Hi, Ginkgo.
You also see...
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. This kind of almost a white ribbon trailing off of his mouth. And it goes for a long ways back. Roll me investigation. You're in Mushi form. You're seeing all the Mushi right now. More clearly than you're seeing reality.
15.
No Mushi's getting within 5 feet of that line.
Huh.
In fact, when it kind of wavers in the wind close to you, you feel yourself being like repulsed. And it physically moves you.
Huh. Weird.
So you see him briskly walking. What's your approach here?
I'm gonna just float in front of him. Just hi, Ginkgo.
Okay.
Since I've learned language, it doesn't work the same here.
It does not. Correct.
I'm just gonna talk in my normal voice.
Okay. Let's see here. I guess roll me a performance. I think that's what I'm gonna have you roll.
26.
Nice.
He's on fire.
What you get with that is like he doesn't stop walking, but he does that like the fuck kind of thing, you know, like was something just talking to me.
It's me, Miki. I'm in Mushi form, floating next to you.
This is odd.
I thought you might be sleeping by now, so I went to go and find you. I know where I'm at, and I can tell you.
I'm gonna have him roll something real quick. He's obviously not hearing your words currently.
Oh. Big nabbit.
And he stops. He sets down his heavy box and he opens it up and starts fussing with some of the little wooden drawers. And he actually rolls what looks like a joint.
He gets high as fuck.
He rolls what looks like a joint. And if you're still here, speak again.
I'm here. It's
And
me.
he lights it, takes a big inhalation, and goes. And roll a dex save.
Oh. 24.
Okay.
That's 2 19s in a row. Let's go.
It's pretty high.
That's a lot, sir.
So here's what starts happening. You did roll very well. Believe it or not, these things are coming for you anyways. First, these strands start reaching out and wrapping around your wrists and then your ankles, and they string them to your sides. And then they start just spinning you and winding you up in almost a cocoon. And he's looking, he can see the outline of the ribbon. He doesn't see your face or anything. He hasn't gone up to your face. Humanoid. You're not a Mushi. At least I hope not.
Watch out, watch out.
And he comes over and he like takes a strand of this stuff. You can move your head. He's wrapped you up to your neck. He takes a strand and he puts it around your forehead and ties it. I'm in a hurry. There's someone who needs my aid. Is there something? It's just like muffled noise coming through for him. Have we met before?
Nod your head.
I would nod my head.
Do you intend me malicious? Anything malicious?
No, as fast as I can, no.
Are you in need of aid?
Yes. I'm going to... Can I move my hand?
No. You are restrained besides your head.
I'm just going to nod towards my finger.
You're just like, eh.
Yeah.
Just going to roll an insight. That's a pretty tricky... 16. What? How do you nod towards... I'm trying to think. How the fuck would he discern that? What are you trying to get him to do? I guess that's my question.
I'm trying to free my finger, my hand, so that I can move it and draw letters with my fingers.
In the spindle?
I'm afraid this is not going to let go until I let it until I have it let you completely go.
Yes,
I apologize.
I'm gonna try and write letters with my head, like in a direction. I'm gonna go like from starting down here. I'm gonna go up,
okay.
down, up, down.
I
and write Miki. Miki.
Okay. I just rolled for him picking up on that. He did not get that. I'm not trying to be a pain, but he is going to ask you some questions. If I free you, are you going to keep following me?
Probably.
I'm gonna do like a sideways, not like a
You do the
like
RRR little head wobble.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. It's not safe to follow behind me so closely, especially in the form you are now. And I'm assuming you can see all of this. And while he's been standing here, they've just been like encroaching. Just more and more and more until it's getting uncomfortably close, dense, and I'm not supposed to stay anywhere for very long. I need to get moving. There's someone who needs my help.
I'm gonna nod my head yes when he says there's someone that needs my help.
Are you the person I'm trying to... Are you Miki? Miki, stop. You need to go... What? Do you know where I am right now?
Do I?
That's a great
like a
question.
general idea.
That is a good question.
Okay, Miki just. What's up?
I'll have you do survival disadvantage. You have not been here physically ever, as far as I know, on this spot on prosperity.
Well,
You know enough that at least he's on what seems to be prosperity, and he seems to be heading south. You know that much.
okay, so I'm gonna give him an RRRR.
Okay. Do you know the name of the town you're in? I wish you remembered the other day.
You give a nod.
He is
We all
going
give a
to... He names 10 different towns before he gets to Nova. Okay. Good. I'm bringing medicine. Stay in the light as much as you can. Burn candles, burn torches, look into fire. Don't let your eyes die. Now, I'm going to release you. I would like you to stay where you are. I will find you. You can talk.
I'm not
It's just,
actually.
he's just hearing like.
We give him a head like. "Whoa."
Okay. And then he takes his cigarette, which is what that ribbon was attached to, and he takes in a big inhale and puffs his cigarette at you. And his other ribbon comes through and just cuts that thing that's wrapping you in half. Just slices it, unwraps you, and pushes you off a bit as well as it comes through. Go. I'll find you soon. So, you're still in the land. Are you trying to come back now?
Yeah.
Roll me the triples.
Con. No.
Keep
I'm
rolling.
stuck.
Keep rolling.
19. 13.
All right. Your charisma and wisdom were great. You feel it. Your body's like, fucking finally, let's get the fuck out of here. This is bad Bahandas right now. But your body's like, come on, I'm already here. This is great. It feels awesome floating around. There's a river of light right there. We could go check it out. And you have just enough will to get out. Even with that low con save. You are going to puke your guts out once you come out this time, though.
Great.
It's from the nausea in your eyes.
Good.
It feels like there's something scriggling around in there painfully, and it really wants the light to go away. It feels like there's more pressure in the back of your eyes than there was yesterday.
Yeah. I'm a light of dancing lights in front of my face for the rest of the evening.
They grow up so fast.
If you're going to be having that light, go in the cave.
Okay, gonna go find Belanos.
All right.
I like to imagine he's moved 3 inches. That's
Not even.
Closer.
Yeah.
3 millimeters to the right.
Alrighty. So that was some time. You're doing that. You'll be led to Belanos with your dancing lights. It makes it even easier not to trip in the jets in this cave and rocks and things. Before I pan back to Shashka's view, is there anything you're wanting to RP Belanos and Miki real quick? Yes or no?
Just I need to go back to Nova, so we need to hurry up with this job. And we gotta wait there until Ginkgo goes, so once we get the rock, we can't leave until Ginkgo, yeah.
We're on the clock.
Oh,
You're not
I'm
in the
gonna
cave.
go blind!
First, I'm imagining this is between Belanos and Miki, but it'll get out to you.
But also, yeah.
Can't help it.
I really
I
like
told
the
you
idea
not
that
to poke that bush.
I really like the idea that Balance is just there, like peacefully meditating, and then Mickey runs in and just starts yelling at him, like, "We have to hurry!"
Dancing lights just in your face.
But
You know, the dancing lights on this meteorite would look really cool with all those shadows. Like,
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. It'd be like kaleidoscoping, like disco ball in the ceiling. In the cave.
That's awesome. So, Miki, you say all that to Belenos. Belenos, your reaction?
Oh, all right. I'm sure we'll hurry. I can't make this go any faster than it does.
Miki, this is the first time you got to see the big ass rock too.
Oh, it's a nice rock.
It's a meteorite. Actually, it came from space.
Oh, interesting. What? There are rocks in space?
I mean, technically, the world that we're standing on is a rock in space.
Tushy. Well, what is it?
It's a giant hunk of metal that was flying through space for untold ages before it finally crashed into our world thousands and thousands of years ago.
Is that what caused the calamity to that one Calidor?
Dude.
Bro.
The timing's off. You know that.
Yeah, that was.
Miki's an idiot.
Yeah, that was 3,000 years ago. This fell more than 10,000 years ago.
In geological time, that is no, that's not. I don't think that's what caused this.
Oh, I read this book once. I didn't really. I was told the story. That there were aliens inside of a rock that fell deep under the ground, and once like the ice around it thawed, the aliens came up and started murdering people. Do you think like this is the same thing? Because like I could see an egg fitting in right there, right there, right there.
You actually may be onto something. There is something magical inside of this meteorite. Unfortunately, I don't know any more than that, only that it's there. And then Belenos launches into a treatise on the distant origins hypothesis of this world, and you can cut to somebody.
If you mention at all anything of what is this rock scene, I'll say nothing. It's a rock.
Classic, Mickey.
That's it.
10 p.m. Shaska. You see a
Ooh.
BFD. It's about the size of an ox with bat wings.
Good.
It's flying low. It did a low sweep out of this cave. Like it went at a height where it was just 5 feet above the heads of the goblins on watch on their little posts. And they all were like, fuck, you know? And you saw it kind of flit in and out between the trees way up high. It's prowling. You see it every once in a while, like just kind of, it's flying below the tree line, very close to the top. You can catch glimpses of it if you're watching very intently, glistening in the increasing moonlight. The moon is very bright tonight.
Nice.
Another thing, actually, Belnos, you're pretty distracted. Why don't you roll me history with disadvantage this time?
Okie doke.
You're pretty occupied.
Simba.
That's a natty 1.
You don't fucking remember that tonight is the night that all the planets fully align at their most zenith. You don't remember.
Cool.
So, but the universe knows. The meteor has witnessed.
Cool.
So Shaska, you saw that. I'm hoping I described it well. Just that, like, you saw that first swoosh, and then getting glimpses. You know.
And now, I'd like to keep an idea of like what perimeter its hunting pattern is creating as I catch glimpses of it.
It's doing kind of like a zigzag pattern, like an arcing zigzag coming down from the camp. Obviously hunting, looking for something. It seems to be flying. I'm trying to think of distance right now. It's hard for me to come up with a good scope, but it's not flying more than a couple miles away from its camp right now. It's doing like it changes. It doesn't do an exact like robotic rectangular zigzag, but it's going no more than 1 to 3 miles away in any given direction, just kind of random zigzagging down the hill.
And how far are we away from that camp?
You are
Double that distance?
you're a day's walk up there with your secret route and your particular abilities. If you weren't being stealthy, you could get up there again, a day, 8 hours, right? An 8-hour march. So, you could maybe get up there in 6 if you guys hustled and trying to be unseen with your path you picked.
Okay. So what's kind of keeping its perimeter to like the halfway point, a little bit past the halfway point, but not really coming super close to the dwarven mine?
Not currently. It's just started doing its nightly patrols.
Okay, cool.
It may eventually drift its way. You can tell kind of by the weird, it's almost like a zigzag and a zigzag, if that makes sense. Like,
Yeah.
It could drift towards the mine, it could drift towards the north, it could drift towards Nova. But right now it's checking, what's easy around home.
Understandable. So just to be prepared, because I don't know what could happen while I'm watching. Remember that net I was talking about?
Mm-hmm. You have a net. You bought a net.
Yeah, I'd like Omnidos to at least be prepared to help me if that thing swoops at us and we're on treetop level, comes for us. We throw the net up, the weighted net in time to capture it, or at least to just get the net over the creature and see what happens after that. That's like if it comes directly towards us, we just throw up the net and jump out of that tree, or
hopefully it crashes and hope for the best.
Got that one down.
Yeah.
Just saying that would be communicated just in case.
Yep. She got up in the tree as her cat form. She seems to understand your meaning. If you want her to transform back to little gnome, she will. But she kind of gives you like a look of recognition at your idea.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay. It is late in our time. I have found a second wind myself. I don't know where this energy is coming from, but I have it. Right now is a decent time to stop, or we can keep going. How are y'all feeling?
Responsible me says it is now time to stop.
Uh-huh.
I've done a lot today.
What does irresponsible you say?
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm fucking tired.
Fair. But hear me out. What if we got to an encampment with some battle?
God, no. That'll take another hour.
It's just to the encampment.
Yep.
The outpost.
That is something I'm willing to do if you guys want me to. I'm willing to transport you to the edge of this outpost, given Shaska's Super Nat 20 route he picked out, so you can at least get a peek at it before the session's over. Or, if you want, we can continue to do remote scouting until you get more data. Although I think you've got a pretty good amount at this point. You do.
That outpost.
So that's a service I'm willing to provide. How are you feeling, Chuck?
I'm feeling pretty froggy, but I do agree that the responsible thing to do would be to call it pretty soon.
Mm-hmm. 2 hands. You're yawning intensely.
I'm yawning, but I'm having a good time. I'm excited. I'd like to conclude scouting this session and be at our next destination.
Yeah, give me that outpost.
Do you guys feel like you have another 30?
Oh God, no.
You don't have 30? Aw.
What about
15?
What about 15 and a half? See a quarter.
I'm going to run through some shotgun questions. I think I got enough data here. The plan. I don't want you guys to talk a bunch about it. I want a quick decision. Do you stay here and get more data, or do you guys move?
Oh, we move.
That's one move. Move. Joshka?
Let's do it.
Okay. Now, you're aware of the kind of wall of scouts. You can avoid them. There is a literal, you can just walk right past them. My question is your party going to be focusing on the scouts watching the mine or the camp? Where do you want to approach?
I figured we were going to be picking the scouts off and then moving on to the camp.
That's one figured. What do you guys want to do? J. Crew, what is your preference?
If we can get past them without
I'm literally giving it to
notifying
you.
them,
It's given.
then I see there's no point to take them out if we could. There's no sense in possibly alarming them by one of them accidentally getting away.
They're not going anywhere.
True.
We can possibly hit them on the way back.
Chuck,
So
is your preference camp or is it the scouts?
Camp.
So
Two
I
hands?
think we're all for camp.
All right.
Nice. Ooh, yeah. I'll follow along with that.
I'm going to fast forward you all. Just to get you to the next set piece here. You guys reconvene. You communicate. Omnidils asks, do you want me to stay a cat? She basically shifts and comes back.
Fine for now.
Cool.
Yeah, cat works great for now.
All
We
right.
can keep an eye out or an ear out for like the flapping of wings. If it's getting close, we can pause and hunker down if needed.
It's something a cat would pick up on.
So Shashka, you pick this route. You avoid these scouts. You guys know exactly where they were. You take a wide berth. You know almost the timing of when some of them do take their little shift breaks and come and go. And you manage to get yourself into a position that is like 50 feet from camp wall without anybody noticing. Your entire party, in fact, with all those nat 20s and shit.
Fuck yeah.
I am dragging you all over here now.
Heartseeker would be proud. Heartseeker missed out.
I think there was just an unfortunate mix of rolls on my side and your guys' side. He rolled to hate dwarves with a burning passion, and I'm just like, ugh.
Rip.
Yeah.
I felt the same.
It
Yeah.
just is what it is sometimes.
Just that
Makes it interesting.
shame.
Yep. Shame.
I like the moral weight of like, oh, we're killing them. I like that a lot.
Glad you guys had fun with that. Here's the camp.
Yo, the camp is so goblin though.
Dude, this is hella gob.
The stuff you can see, the creatures you can see, are obviously within sight from where you all are. There is also obviously more critters in these tents that are obscured, things like that. There are some kind of like, they're starting to start some low fires. They're not trying to hide right here. This is their camp. You can see, here and here. Actually, it's night, and I think, did I make a night version? Hold on. Fuck yeah.
Yo.
Yes,
Nice.
yes. I made a night version. I love when I do that.
These guys up here fucked up.
They
It's like a lot of flammable stuff.
These guys are up on like what the semblance of a wall. He's like 10 feet up on this little thing.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
But yeah, you can see just kind of spiked reinforcements, rickety platforms that folks are chilling on. Almost all the goblins have their eyes either up or out.
Yeah. Snakes, man. It's never expect where they turn up. Bathtubs, windows, palisades. It's a rough life.
It's a hard life. And you can see across the camp over here,
Bridge.
there's the rickety, dilapidated, barely holding together bridge that could probably hold the weight of 1 to 2 goblins if they don't jump, and the mouth of this cave.
Oh.
This be the camp. And of course, there's what you can hear is running water over the edge. You can't see it from where you're at, but you know that obviously there's a river there.
Mhm.
Okay. Is there anything you want to do, any rolls or questions, or do you want to save all that for the start of next sesh?
My one question would be, do I see any goblins with a red eye or that look to be the leader?
Roll
Adorned,
an
smaller
active
than-
perception.
Heartseeker, and
You're looking for red
Probably-
eye, if you can.
Yeah.
Probably this guy's tent.
Rune's like, I think it's that guy's tent.
a 3, damn it.
Oof.
Yeah, dude, rude points. I think it's that guy's tent.
You know, they're just all goblins, Shashka. Goblins is goblins. But
Yikes.
you do not see with these ones who are on scout duty / watch duty any with a particular shortness or particularly red eye or anything that you would mark as a moniker of that. I also don't think you guys asked. Did you guys ask why he's called Red Eye?
No.
No.
Okay. No worries.
Because he's scary.
But you could see, this is decently organized for goblins. They're holding their posts, they're looking out, they're trying their damnedest. This is the line at which you are, if you cross up onto this rock, this is a little rocky outcrop covered in moss and low grass. It's kind of slippery here. It's like, 6 feet up from where you are, coming out of these trees. If you get any closer, you're going to be actively rolling stealth. Make sense?
Nice.
Yep.
Okay. You got full cover right now. You picked a path. You're staged. Okay. I think we call it here, unless anybody else has any input or questions clarifying this map. I'm happy to describe any questions you guys might have.
Any
I think I'm
large
good.
loose boulders nearby?
I mean,
how
there's-
wide is that cave mouth?
It is a to scale mount. To scale. Down at the base here, it's like 5 to 10 feet. It kind of widens up in a trapezoidal way a bit.
Okay.
So it's actually a lot wider at the top. Ideal for
You-
flying creatures.
What?
Yes.
Nice.
Velenos, did you have any questions?
I don't think so.
J-Crew, anything? Looked pretty clear. Aludriea?
Nothing so far.
Alrighty.
Looks very flammable.
A lot of it, yes. It's a lot of wood, a lot of leathers, and a lot of stone. The wood is definitely not treated. It's dry. So...
Boy, it'd be a real shame if that came into play.
Oh man, wild. There are some also like bones and things as well, but yeah, it's mainly dried wood, spikes, leathers, ropes, things like that. All right. Well, on that fine note, why don't we call it a night and bring you guys back to the home screen here? Something to look forward to engaging with next session.
Woo!
Hell of a strike team, boys.
Yeah.
That's a lot of natty 20s. Like, Omnidol's with their nat 20, you were the nat 20. Like, I think you rolled another nat 20, sure, like another nat 20. Okay. All right. Here's the route. It's fine. You have it. It's yours.
Nice.
Beautiful. All right. So, we're at the end of the night. Words to end session. Yes. Hello. Good night. Thanks for tuning in to another session of Bane of the Ancients D&D. Thanks for watching this, especially given my tired demeanor tonight. I was Gats. I was the GM for Bane of the Ancients. Couple things to keep in mind. If you like the show and you want to watch more, description down below. It's got our schedule in a Google Doc. We try to keep that updated. Sometimes we'll throw in some bonus sessions. Sometimes we'll throw in some extra short shots. So if you are tuning in, check that thing. It sometimes changes. Sometimes we have to reschedule a day or so. Also, if you want to support us, we have an actually active Patreon now. There's a link to that down below. No pressure, of course, but if you want to, that's awesome. And yeah, I'm excited to see how this little goblin encounter goes. Oh yeah, we're streaming on Twitch and YouTube again. Yay.
Heck yeah.
So, who was we playing with tonight?
Hello, everyone. I go by Aludriea Luna, and I was playing Rune, the dwarf by association barbarian.
Just a really good dwarf cosplayer, right?
For sure. Believable.
And I am Shuck. I was playing Belanos, the Astral Elf Cleric.
Whoop.
You were muted.
You're muted.
I am J. Crew playing Mickey the Half-Drow Bard.
Hello, everyone. Shaska Atosa, Yanti Kenzai Fighter, played by your friendly local neighborhood. 2 hands. Thanks for joining.
Whee! All right, on that fine note, have a good night. Guten Tag, wie geht's? Auf Wiedersehen. And I'm going to close these little